evening. Welcome to Silverstone for the opening round of Season 4 of the Gold Split here at the Virtual Motorsport Series, VMS, here on Le Mans Ultimate. We're here at what many would say is the home of British motor racing, recently added to this game, of course, in the last couple of months, at the tail end of last year, of course, or middle of last year, I think, to say more accurately. Fantastic circuit, Silverstone, of course, used in many different racing categories, not least Formula 1, MotoGP, and, of course, endurance prototypes and GT3s. So my name is Edward Hunter. Here commentating with me on this opening round is Mr. Sverre Coleman, sometimes nicknamed Stevie, and our wonderful broadcaster director, Niklaus Domino. So here we are. This is the second of the 4 or 5 tiers, I think, that we host here at VMS, gearing up for another season. There are a lot of drivers. We're looking at one of them at the moment, Jules Neal, who has flirted with the Platinum Split, gotten some decent results in it as well, and he finds himself one of the favourites to do well in the GT3 class here in the Gold Split. Definitely a young Frenchman with something to prove at the beginning of this season. So keep your eyes on as we see the end of this practice session starting to be affected by wet weather, Sverre, and is that indeed a bit of an omen for the race to come?
Well, it surely is looking like that. Looking at the director's sheet, the race director's sheet that I have in front of me, the race will be overcast with a 65% chance of rain. So, of course, this being England, it's very well likely to be raining later on during this race.
Yeah, although in real life Rome, it's been actually a pretty decent day by January standards, given that pretty much all last week it rained heavily and non-stop. 36% chance of rain in qualifying, so we should be looking at a dry session just to come in a few short moments' time. Here is your gold calendar for the season to come. Of course, we're opening with an endurance round, we should point out. 2 hours, 40 minutes of racing to come then. On the 25th of January, which is today at Silverstone. Following that, we, of course, have got Sebring on the 8th of February, Imola in Emilia-Romagna in Italy on the 22nd of February, Qatar on the 8th of March, the Autodromo Nazionale Monza on the 22nd of March, Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium on the 12th of April, our second endurance round at Circuit de la Sarthe, Le Mans for the 2 hours, 40 minutes on the 26th of April, and our finale will take place at Bahrain in Manama on the 10th of May. So a very action-packed schedule to come. Of course, to keep track of it, it's every other week. So if you're watching the Platinum Split, which of course will be the top series, and some of these top drivers here have also been allowed into the Platinum Split as well to sort of make it number, particularly in the GT3 class. So some of these drivers you definitely want to keep your eyes on, not just here, but also in the main series. They'll be racing every week, every Sunday, rather than just every other Sunday. So some people have got a real double duty here.
Yeah, they're sure having a busy schedule. I wouldn't want every Sunday of mine to go to racing, that's for sure, but that's the reason they are doing it and not me. But it's a very exciting season ahead of us. As you mentioned, it's the first round of the Gold Series. Last Friday we had the start of the Bronze Series as well, which was a race full of action. So if that's anything to go by, this should be a very exciting race ahead of us indeed. 2 hours and 40 minutes, as you said. It's the reintroduction of the endurance rounds. We didn't have those last season, but we're bringing them back for this season on. So 2 hours and 40 minutes on this great racing track, which you see a Ferrari spinning out there, one of the Fisher Racing Team Ferraris. That's not what you want to happen in the qualifying session later on, but luckily it's practice. But I'm very well excited, Edward. This is going to be a very good race indeed.
Indeed. Most of my friends just call me Ed. You can call me Edward if you want to sound like my dad. But anyway, there you can see Nashki-Dashvili, as the rain was starting to fall, it sort of turned in, and then the front end suddenly gripped more than the rear end, and suddenly Nashki-Dashvili tried to sort of save it a bit of opposite lock, but was heading that Fisher racing car straight into the barrier. So first up, of course, remember, we've got a slightly longer qualifying session, 45 minutes total between our GT3s and our Hypercars, with our GT3s heading out first. You can see there the lineup. We have got Arthur Rontard in the McLaren, Clemens Keinzel in the Ferrari 296, Evan Lepro in the Porsche 992, one of 8 Porsche 992s, I believe, in the field. Jack Bolger in another Porsche 992. Jacko Matrese, third place man last year, is the only driver that's gone for the Ford Mustang. Jules Neal, we saw out on track earlier, but I can't for the life of me remember what he picked in the end. He must have done it very, very late. It was the McLaren 720S, of course. There we go. Julian Gurin, another driver that's also been in the Platinum Split in Hypercar, much like Jules Neal, a fellow Frenchman in the Porsche 992. So Gurin, of course, a real-life racer in France. Let's see what he can do. Kelsey Osborne, who, no relation to the late Ozzy Osbourne, is driving the Ferrari. Kevin Ballard, in another Porsche 992, is joined by Luca Rubinriu in a pretty much identical entry. The rest of our GT3 field consists of Manuel Fuchs, who competed last year. Where did I can't remember how well Fuchs did. He might have been in a different class to Gold Split.
But I think he was in the silver class last year.
That's why the name rings a bell. There we go. So Manuel, definitely good to see him going up a step. Marco Galetti is stepping into the one of the Mercedes AMG GT3s. Mattia Pansi in the McLaren 720S, and indeed one of our fan favourites. We see a comment in the chat, by the way, from Logi UK, says Rodriguez better win, but Michel Menez Rodriguez in the ever faithful McLaren 720S that he competed in the Platinum Split last season. He didn't quite sneak into the top 10 as he tends to do so now. He's got to work his way up once again from the Gold Split, but yeah, the big opportunity here for Rodriguez to show he's not just here to make up the numbers. Olivier Brenu in a Porsche 992. He joins the field along with Rafael Rapin in another Mercedes AMG GT3. Stefano Battistella, wonderful name for the Lamborghini Huracan driver. Also in a Lamborghini Huracan is Serbian driver Straninja Zoranovic. So it will be interesting to see how he gets on, along with Russia's very own Vladislas Kolosov, also in a Lamborghini Huracan. So it looks like the field is out. Go on.
Not important to note that not all of those drivers will be competing tonight. That list includes the reserve drivers. For instance, Manuel Fuchs, who is listed as a reserve driver for tonight. Not really sure if he's out on track here. But those are all the drivers who, in one form or another, are involved in the Gold Split this season.
Yeah, also interesting to note some of the teams, because I was looking on Instagram the other day, and Shadow One Esport making a big deal about this happening, and Julian Gurin, of course, joining that team. Evan Leproux, also part of it for Shadow One Esports, and of course their reserve driver Remy Papin, part of Mercedes as well. So all of them picking different cars, as we see Jules Neal, as was often the case in his previous career in VMS, won the first to circulate and start the lap. It looks like they're spending a lot of time warming up their tyres, though, even at the beginning of this first flying lap. As you can see, Julian Gurin for Shadow One, shadowing his fellow countryman Jules Neal on these first flying laps then. So yeah, Gurin, of course, a lot of these drivers are used to the hypercars. It's interesting because we talked to, was it Nicholas Huben? Huben was basically saying, I think, oh, I really don't like the hypercars. The GT3s are so much more fun to drive as well. It definitely feels like a lot of our GT3 specialists have seen these former hypercar drivers join their ranks and cause a bit of a headache for them. So you think Giacomo Matrese, third last year, would have gone into the Gold Split as one of the favourites, but now he sees a bit of a threat to that position then.
Yeah, for sure. It might have everything to do with the current state of the hypercar tires. Later on in February, we are expecting a update on LMU on those tires. Also coming with a lot of new physics for the hypercar field. So at the moment, most drivers in this game prefer actually the GT3 in the way they perform out on track. So like you mentioned, Materesi very well performing last season, but this time around it's not going to be as easy as it was then, with the high level competition joining his ranks. Meanwhile, Jules Neal is on his first flying lap out on track. The first of those laps will not be as competitive as you will usually see. Those tires need to get some heat in them. No tire warmers in this championship, so it's going to be tricky to keep it out on track for the first couple of laps. But of course, it is potentially going to be raining later on, so you want to get those first flying laps on the slicks out there as quickly as possible before the rain might fall later on.
Yeah, well, indeed, if it only falls in the race, you definitely want to make sure you're higher up the grid in case there's a bit of a melee on the first lap. You don't want to be at the back of it having to throw your way through. You want to be well clear of it, as Jules Neal, I think, is completing Oh no, of course, because it's the endurance layout, the start-finish line. This caught me out the last time I did a commentator on LMU race at Silverstone. It's the old 2009 start-finish line that they use, of course, just before COPs, not the F1 start-finish line, which is the one just coming out of the exit of Club there. So Jules Neal is still in the middle sector here, or in the final sector, I should say, and is not like the time screen is like on a delay, as I incorrectly assumed. When I was commentating on, I think it was the e-racing series, they did a little sprint championship essentially. But anyway, Jules Neal then about to finish his lap as he exits Love Field, and that would also explain why he was weaving. Well, what I thought was the start of this flying lap, he was still completing the formation. Here we go, across the line, and predictably is the first man to cross the line. He has set the fastest time, 1:59.7, and Julian Gurin 9/10 behind then on his first effort. So the McLaren 720S working well as we look at Matteo Di Buono, who of course was pretty impressive last season. 4th overall with a pair of podiums in Imola and in the finale at Spa. You see the DC Racing with its bright colours coming towards the timing line now, and he goes 5th fastest then, just a couple of tenths ahead of Julian Gurin. So Matteo Di Buono looking to step out of the shadow of his older brother, who of course has won races in Hypercar in the Platinum Split. He has definitely been making a bit of a name for himself for, of course, a different team to Marco Di Buono, of course, with Tatum Reztec, who are also represented here by the aforementioned Jaco Matrese, yet to set a flying lap as we see Michel Rodriguez for the Absolute Motorsport Esselif team, who also is getting a lot of support in the chat, unsurprisingly, given his enduring popularity, which I think is fair to say the Swede is he's one of those underdogs that everybody loves to root for, Michel Rodriguez, and it's not hard to see why, because he's so consistent, so good at usually staying out of trouble, although I'm sure Fabio Grigoletto might disagree after the Platinum Split finale made his road to the title that a little bit harder when he crashed into Rodriguez at the Horseshoe. There's Jules Neal continuing to improve on his first lap. He's 3/10 up and 3.5 tenths up in the second sector as well. So it really feels like Jules Neal is very much picking up where he left off and continuing to impress. It's a wonder, really, that Neal didn't qualify for the Platinum Split, because some would argue he's definitely got the pace to be there.
Well, it sure is looking like it. It's a very decent flying lap for him so far, coming through Brookland onto the National Pit Straight, completing his second flying lap. First lap at 59.7, this one at 59.0, so 7/10 quicker than his previous provisional pole, and Guerin going second quickest now, and 76 thousandths of a second slower than Jules Neal, now in P2. But yeah, Panchi also looking very quick out on track, and the second McLaren, and it's good enough for a provisional pole as well, 58.5, so almost 6 tenths clear of Jules Neal in P2. A very, very quick lap time by Mattia Panchi in the second McLaren. Di Buono now going second as well, just over a tenth and a half behind Bianchi, so the pace really is picking up now with those tires up to temperature. Rontard now in P3 with Jack Bolker in P4, and Jules Neal now back in P5. Osborne in P6, we're in P7 now, so you can see a lot is changing in those couple of minutes where everyone is sitting there, second competitive lap time out on track. Giacomo Matrese coming through sector 2 as well. He's going a bit off sync compared to the rest of the grid. And Oliver is still the only one not setting a lap time, with Galetti also almost 9 seconds behind Panchi. So those two not setting a lap time straight away. But it's looking really nice and tidy up the field. The top 10 all within a second there. So it's looking very competitive out there on track.
Yeah, 12 minutes to go in the session, of course. It says 37 on the clock, but that's also including the hypercars yet to come, of course. Mattia Panti, driver for Renova Competition, is the Italian. So great to see him currently at the head of the timing screen. But of course, still a lot could change, as you very much are suggesting, Sverre. There's a lot of track evolution at play here. Every bit of rubber that's being laid down by these GD3s is making it a little bit more grippier, that is enabling him to carry that little bit more speed out of it, especially some of the higher speed corners, such as Maggotts, Beckett's, track and the Jersey coming through Brooklands and Lovefield now, and the Mustang, it was a bold choice really for him to go to the Mustang. He's the only one that's decided to go with that car. You can tell here he's a bit closer in the middle sector, but nearly 4 tenths off, and nearly 4 tenths off again in the first and final sector. So Matrese P11 at the moment, and this is clearly a track that does not really play to the strengths of that Mustang. You're also seeing, I don't think any of the Mercedes are particularly high. Here's Marco Galetti struggling down in 17th at the moment, and his first sector personal best, but still nearly 8 tenths off.
Yeah, very right through Brookland and left field as well. So not looking too happy out there in the number 70 Mercedes. The second Mercedes following him closely behind. And let's see, coming through the Sardinia straight, he remains in P17. It is a big improvement for him, so a 2:04, but it's not good enough to close that gap just a little bit to this guy who just put in a provisional lap time as well. Vladislav Kolosov on provisional pole in the Lamborghini Huracan, with Bueno now in P2. Clement Skynsel, also a familiar name, in P3. So a lot of new names now on the top of the field. And the earlier named Jules Neel now back in P13. So the one who was opening very competitively in the session is now all the way down the bottom half of this field. And Kolosov is looking very quick through this lap as well. 36 thousandths below his first professional lap time, but still plenty of margin for him to put in another competitive lap. Might be the first one to go into the 57s, there we go, in this session, but there's a lot of work to do still. There's a yellow flag out. That's Punchy spinning on his lap as well, so that's pretty much his tires done and dusted for this qualifying session. Because there are very limited tires, only 10 tires to use for both the qualifying and the race, so a spin like this doesn't really help your tire wear.
Yeah, he lost it very, very early there and tried to save it into the arena complex, which is those sort of tight, almost hairpin corners where it goes into Aintree and, of course, the Wellington Straight. And you can tell the McLaren 720S was just really, really unstable at the rear. As Kolosov has gone a little bit faster. I think he has, actually. He's pulled
just about, yeah,
about half a tenth away from Di Buono. So, interestingly, it's two Lamborghini Huracans that now occupy the front row with about 9 minutes left on the clock here. So, really, those who picked the Huracan are going to be feeling very, very well set at the moment, whereas the majority that went with the Porsche 992, they have done pretty well. But if you look in third, it's Keinzel in the Ferrari as well. So Panchi in the McLaren is really the outlier at the present moment.
Clement Skynsel always manages to get some good performance out of the Ferrari. I'm not really sure how he does it, but he's been driving very well last season. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. But he's been driving very well in that Ferrari throughout last season as well. Now he's been right up there as 1P3, 1.7 tenths of a second behind Kolosov. So very impressive stuff. Not usually the fastest car out on track, as you say. It seems like the Lamborghini surely is, but it's been an even split between the Lamborghini and the Porsches in this championship, with 3 Huracans out on track, and I think about 5 Porsches 992 there. So it's pretty much between those two, pretty much going to be about those two in this championship. So it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out.
Yeah, speaking of which, here comes Julian Gurin, purple middle sector, but about 2 tenths off in the first sector. So then the Shadow on Esports driver needs to hook it up through Luffield at the final corner. You can tell getting a little bit deep into Brooklyn, so he's immediately at the apex for Luffield, and then early on the power as he can, tries to get the Porsche 990 to the start-finish line as quickly as possible. He remains 5th, a very, very good final sector, but not enough to overcome Mattia Panti, who is only 100th ahead of him at the present moment. So narrow margins in the battle for 4th. But Gurin, currently the best placed of the Porsche drivers, but Di Buono is absolutely flying out.
Yep, looking very quickly indeed on his 5th lap. 2 purple sectors so far, very close to track limits there on the inside, very narrow line, and it's good enough for provisional pole there with a 58.0. Barely in the 58s, almost breaking the 57s, but it's ahead of Kolosov by 47 thousandths of a second there. Provisional pole for Matteo Di Buono, and Jules Gurin is attempting another lap in his Porsche as well. It's going to be interesting to see if Kolosov decides to go for another lap later on. 7 minutes left to go in this session. There he is on an out lap, so he has chosen to go for another set of tires, which is an interesting choice. As I said, only 10 tires to use for this qualifying session and the race ahead.
As well,
it doesn't include the wets. So that might be a gamble for him that he is gambling on there being weather later on in the race, and he'll be able to use the wet stand. So he might be gambling on that.
Yeah, of course, we don't know exactly when the rain will be, even with a 65% chance of it raining. It could just be in the last 5 minutes of the race, in which case you just wasted a load of tyres. or you might find yourself running out of dry tyres, having set a load of quali runs. And it'd be interesting to see as well if anybody is holding out for the final few minutes to do a sort of glory run right at the end when the track condition is at its best. Here's Arthur Rontard in another McLaren 720S, number 70, I believe. Of course, the Frenchman for the race esports team. He's 6/10 down in that first sector, out of Stowe and towards Club and the Vale he comes. And the 720S looking pretty neat and tidy. You can also see the little light up number which shows his 8th position in the qualifying session at the present moment over the new but not used at the moment start finish line, which is slightly confusing, out of the Hamilton straight and into Farm and the arena complex here. He's again a personal best, but a 10th.5 off. So yeah, the 720S, it really is a struggle to get the most time out of it here. And Rontard is really in a battle with the likes of Zoranovic and Bolger ahead of him. Bolger's actually done quite well to get 6th fastest at the present moment here. But it definitely feels like we're in a little bit of a lull, and these final 5 minutes are going to be very, very intense. But if Matteo De Buono can hold on to his first pole position, he came close a couple of times last season, didn't he, in the Aston Martin Vantage? But this would be quite a achievement for him, and I'm sure his brother is probably watching on as we see Rontard pulling out of his lap there. So clearly that was not worth carrying on. He wants to risk it on a new set of tyres in the final 4 minutes here.
There might have been track limit failure as well into Lovefield or Brookland. I'm not really sure. It seemed very close there on the line. So he might have been invalidated as well, but he is looking like he's putting on some new boots on for the final 4.5 minutes. Kelsey Osborne out on track there as well. And the other Ferrari, the 029, not looking too quick at the moment. Osborne putting in some good performances last season, but he's halfway in the pack at the moment, so not really up there just yet. Kolosov also on it's a second outlap pretty much. It is a timed lap. He's using it as a second outlap, so he surely is going for another run on those medium tires. It's looking like so. He might be able to challenge De Buono once again for that provisional pole, but at 50.0, it's very, very quick. So it's going to be all or nothing for him.
Yeah, you noticed that at the end of De Buono's lap, he was pulling all the way to the right-hand side, right to the inside. Even he wasn't even just worried about making Copse corner after it. He was absolutely just trying to take the shortest run to the line. I think that could well have been just giving him that little bit of buffer, those 74 hundredths of a second, or thousandths of a second, I should say, that he needed. So Kolosov then preparing. He seems to have warmed up his tyres well in that number 76 Lamborghini Huracan, and about to start what could well be his final effort to try and steal back a provisional pole position. But who else is out there waiting in the wings to sort of do a bit of a sting in the tail for Matteo De Buono? There's Kelsey Osborne, one of 2 British drivers in the GT3 field, the other being Jack Bolger in 6th position. So good to see 2 local drivers, I guess, in the home race in the top 10. As we see Kolosov, the Russian driver, just negotiating Maggots Beckett's. And onto the hangar straight he goes. Lovely low camera angle there as he exits Chapel. And then it's all just a matter of picking the braking point for Stowe and then getting the Huracan front end turned in. It's looking neat and tidy so far, but we won't get a true read on this until he hits the first split, of course, into the Vale and Club. It's looking pretty aggressive and tidy. He's taking a fair bit of curb there, but the car responding well. It's not really looking particularly unstable on exits here.
Yeah, that's looking like a very stable and sharp car, very hefty on turn-in. But I think it might have been an invalidated lap for him, because I don't see a Sector 1 popping up just yet. So I think he has to hurry himself back to the line to start another final flying lap with just about 2 minutes left on the clock. So I think he had a poor sector 1 there. As you can see, that is a sector 1 for Kelsey Osborne at 28.6. So Kolosov, he has one more try on this with used tires at this point. So it's all us against him pretty much at this point. Oh, big slide there. And that's his qualifying done, I think.
Well, love it's the bird with the angel halo on the side, on the blue side of Kelsey Osborne's car there. But you saw it was really the turn-in into Stowe that the Ferrari 296 just absolutely stepped out there, the rear end misbehaving, and Kelsey Osborne, I think, decided, all right, I'm probably not going to do any better than 10th. You can see the front brakes absolutely glowing orange as Kelsey comes to a dead stop there. And Kolosov now begins what should be the final attempt there, very, very wide into Copse. That's an easy place to invalidate the lap, just pushing the track limits a little bit too far beyond the curb. I think Kolosov is still just about within them, into Maggots, Beckett's, and Chapel once more. And the Huracan looks like it's kept just within the white lines there. So let's see what the first split looks like.
Bit of a slide on exit, and it's not quickest through sector 1. Just under 2/10 slower than De Bueno. Well, he's coming up on, that is, I need to look at Stowe, of course. I am still kind of confused with the F1 layout, so apologies. Coming through Stowe into Vale, and it's still looking nice and tidy. The Lamborghini Huracan, of course, very nice on turn-in. There's a very sharp front end, so that does work you favors in the slower parts of the track. Coming through nicely there. Near the end of sector 2, it's purple once again, so he's going a bit quicker than De Bueno at this point. But can he keep it nice and tidy through the final sector? Making his way through Abbey and the farm curve into Village. And then through the loop onto the Wellington Straight.
Kolosov has used up a lot of his tyres to try and go for pole position here, so De Bueno definitely playing a bit of a longer game, but Kolosov absolutely wringing the neck of the Lamborghini in a bid for the Russian Rise esports driver to try and steal one spot further up the grid, which would of course be a pole position for the opening round of the season. Into the left field he goes. Is the car going to understeer on exit? It looks like a little bit. You have to be so patient to get on the throttle there without this understeering off into the gravel. And this is going to be it then. Do or die. He straddles the curb coming out of it.
He does
and it is just enough. There we go. By 43 thousandths of a second, Vladislav Kolosov steals pole position. And I think that is it. There's nobody else on track that looks like they can respond to that. So Matteo De Bueno sees pole position cruelly snatched away from him. But take nothing away from Vladislav Kolosov. He absolutely had to work super hard to make that happen.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see the two strategies going on there. So De Bueno clearly going for the long-term gain during the race. He wants those fresh mediums as an option. And Kolosov fully gambling on the rain being there later on. And of course, those wets not counting towards the maximum tire allowance. So it's very interesting to see how those two strategies will pan out during the race later on. But it's a very good performance by Kolosov, barely staying in the 58s, almost hitting the 57s, which would have been an alien lap pretty much. So that's a very, very high performance by both drivers.
So before we move on to our hypercars, so I think are nearly about to be released to the exit of the pit lane and then held until hypercar quality starts with 20 minutes to go. The grid for GD Ruse will be Kolosov on pole position. Vladislav Kolosov ahead of Matteo De Bueno by less than half a tenth of a second, which is quite exciting. That even with that effort, Matteo De Bueno is definitely going to be a big threat in his Lamborghini Huracan. Then in third position, we've got Clemens Keinzel, who we didn't talk about too much, but he was pretty impressive in that Ferrari, considering in theory he's got a big disadvantage compared to the Huracan. We have Mattia Pansi, briefly held pole earlier before having a little half spin. He will start in fourth position, 4/10 off of pole. Julien Gurin, good effort by the Frenchman in fifth, ahead of local driver Jack Bolger. Then we have got Strahinja Saranovic in P7, ahead of Rontard. That's Arthur Rontard, of course, in P8. Ballot will start P9, just ahead of Kelsey Osborne, who completes the top 10. Michelle Rodriguez will start in P11, just ahead of Ruben Ryu. Jules Neal led early on, but seemed to think after the first run that saving tyres was the sensible choice. That means he's the second off the pace and starts P13. Leproux starts 14th. Giacomo Matrese, another that never really showed the ultimate pace he was capable of and ended up starting P15. Rapin starts P16. Marco Galetti 2 seconds off the pace in 17th, and then Bruno Olivier, I think, starting 18th. Didn't really get a particularly competitive lap together at all. Olivier Bruno, sorry. Got his first and last names mixed up there. So then, on to the hypercar field. Alphonse Vellin in the Ferrari 499P. We've also got Antonio Vedelli in as one of our 4 Aston Martin Valkyries. We'll be interested to see the Italian, how he gets on. He had some good performances last season, did Fedele. What I say good, it was really only in Imola where he got 6 points to his name. Elsewhere, a lot of bad luck. Daniele Farinelli, who has been a mainstay, he is jumping on board the Cadillac. So it'll be fascinating to see how the Italian for the Tatum Restec Esports driver gets on. David Naskidashvili, he is on board the Ferrari, returning from last season. Eric Nonemaker steps up in the Toyota. Fabian Roth in another Cadillac. He'll be taking part as well, along with Filippo Beccati and Francesco Adamu, another Tatum Restec Esports driver who you will be familiar with from the Platinum Split. Francesco Pezin in the Aston Martin Valkyrie, also taking part along with Lucas Cedar. Is it Cedar or Cider? I'm pretty sure it's
Cedar, I think.
Yeah, we go. Right, got it right the first time. Marco Beltrami, another of our successful Tatum Restec Esports graduates. He's going to be taking part in his Cadillac. Metis Barzenk, another driver you'll be familiar with from last season, where Barzenk got a podium in the finale at Spa. Matteo Bessan, another of the next generation of Tatum Esports drivers in a Cadillac. Matti Di Campo, who you will recognize from his brilliant drive to victory at Sebring, where he was saving fuel. He has gone for the Valkyrie, which is interestingly not seen as a big fuel-saving car. So he's definitely going to have to make the difference himself. Michele Diarezzo also coming back in the Peugeot 9X8, a bright yellow Peugeot 9X8. So it's certainly going to stand out there, is Michele. Mohamed Colombo is getting on board the Alpine, along with Nathan Perron. It'll be interesting to see how those two get on. Philip Schlittling is going to be in another Aston Martin Valkyrie. Robin Deschamps in a Peugeot 9X8, and Sasha Lemon, who we don't know what Lemon is going to be driving, but it's certainly going to be faster than a Lemon. I can guarantee you that much.
So, look
at that, windscreen wipers.
Yeah, it's raining.
Turn. So that means these first few laps is very, very busy because everybody's gone out the pit lane. It's Mohamed Colombo that has got out the exit of the pit lane first.
Yeah, so crucial to get your laps in now within the first couple of moments in this qualifying session for the Hypercars. 20 minutes for these cars to set a competitive lap time, as we see the Tatum Esports cars coming through. But with the windscreen wipers going, of course, it is starting to rain here in Silverstone. No surprises there. So it's crucial to get those lap times in as early as you can, keeping it on track, of course. We might not see those cars on the track later on at all if they are able to get a competitive lap time on the board without the rain coming down too much. The time will tell. So we see them slowing down very hard indeed, so to get a lot of free track ahead of him. But Mohamed Colombo is the first one out on track, coming through Cop's corner and then onto Megas and Baggett's.
So in theory, Colombo is going to have the best of the track conditions before, if the rain sets in and it doesn't start drying out later in the session. As you can see, even through Maggots and Beckett's, he is soaring away at the wheel. Of course, these hypercars significantly faster than the GT3s. We've just been watching so much more power and not always the grip to deal with it as well. So let's see what these first sectors look like. Colombo, of course, 24.2 in the first split. So nobody behind seems to be going any faster so far. Otherwise, it would dip down to just a green time rather than purple fastest in the session. Into Vale and Club. And this is where the lower speed corners are really where the lack of grip is really going to start to show, especially as we get into this session if the rain continues to intensify then. But Colombo, in theory, has got an excellent, unexpected opportunity here to nab pole position.
Yeah, it's looking like a handful out there already. Of course, these cars also on cold tires. Wow, Beltram almost losing the rear into the corner there. But these are very, very tricky conditions indeed. A lot of horsepower underneath the right foot, cold tires, and a slippery track. That's, well, pretty much textbook for a big crash happening with the Lambo still moving to get those tires up to temperature. Beltram also going quick. So I think it's just showing purple for everyone, pretty much. I think it's
I think Beltram looks faster than Colombo at the present moment then. So out of the final corner he comes. What's the first time for Alpine, going to be, it is going to be a 1:43, which is immediately beaten by Beltram by 8/10 of a second there. So Beltram, we saw he had a load of confidence, almost too much into the arena section. Mathieu Bassan, his teammate, immediately beats it by 1/10 of a second, 1:42.3 there in his Tatum Restec eSports car. Mathieu Di Campo also fastest in the first sector in the Valkyrie. He goes third fastest, 3.5 tenths off.
Yep, so now it is a question of can these guys complete another lap before the rain is truly starting to fall, as Bassan is still currently leading this field with the 42.3. So usually, yeah, this is the moment where I would say that these lap times will come down further later on, but I'm not really sure that it is going to be the case with the rain going on. Colombo, they're stopping as well, so I think it an off there. Yep, that's looks like he did, so he is opting to go back to the pit lane.
Also interesting, Bekati, Nonamaka, Naski-Dashvili, Di Rezzo and Roth all yet to set times, and I think they are leaving quite late. There's Naski-Dashvili actually, who's going to find actually Colombo slightly blocking his park, as you can see a little bit of sparks at the bottom of the 499P Ferrari there. Naski-Dashvili has hopped on board. In fact, Colombo has got going again at full speed, so whatever his issue was, he's decided to carry on. You can see the rain, drops of rain on the windshield getting heavier and heavier here, so there's not going to be more grip suddenly appearing here unless this rain is illusory somehow, but it rarely is in the UK, I can tell you that much.
Well, look at it, there's a second off the pace through sector 2, so I think he might have left it out a bit too late coming out of the pit lane, and I don't think he will be challenging for pole position here tonight. Fidelli is going for another run as well. It's a good sector 1, but it's a less good sector 2, 3/10 off the pace. So this might be the moment as well where the rain is going to start picking up, if he's coming into the pit lane as well. So it might be a bit too wet at the moment for those slick tires out there.
Yeah, Adamu still out there, of course. Driver in some ways, I don't want to say demoted to the gold split, because there are a lot of really, really good drivers. I almost feel like platinum and gold. It's a shame that this is not enough space in the grid for them all to race together, because I think anybody that can get into the gold split is very, very nearly good enough to be in platinum split. Arguably, some of them are definitely good. And in fact, that's proved by the substitutions that are going on as well. But here's Beltrami going into Stoke. You can see the lights on, so it has gotten very, very dark with the cloud cover over Northamptonshire at the present moment here. And I think this is Beltrami slowing down. Was he about to head into the pit lane maybe, and then he forgot that was the F1 pits? No, he's letting his teammate through, I think, of
Yeah, so just hopping out of the way. It's a 9.5 second sector 2, where he loses a lot of time. So I think he just made some way for his Tatum eSports teammates there indeed. He is still out of track there, Nathan Pond as well. Also a 2.3 off the pace compared to Matteo Bassan. So I think Bassan might have pulled out a blinder here and put it on provisional position. And I'm not really sure if anyone's going to be able to challenge him for that. Let's go to Bertram in P2, Di Campo in P3, Dele P4, and Adamu still in P5, as you mentioned. Barzank in P6. Barzank actually won the championship last season in silver, so he made the promotion to gold. So it's going to be very interesting to see how he gets on in this new field. And I just want to point to what you were saying, Ed. It is, well, you can say it's a shame that these drivers are not competing at gold, but if anything, it's a testament to how competitive this grid is in both gold and platinum, that we see all these phenomenal drivers out here in the gold split, providing us with great racing action. And it just shows that how quick these drivers are, and how competitive the platinum field is as well. So it bodes very well for the championship later on.
Yeah, fine margins between the two then. Look at Fabian Roth continuing to find any embers of grip out there, but he doesn't look particularly successful. 7 seconds off the pace in the first sector for the Fisher Racing Esports driver then. But for the likes of Roth and Diarezzo, who are at the back of the field, they're in a somewhat desperate situation at this point to try and rescue their qualifying as Diarezzo parks that Peugeot 9X8. Anyway, I feel really bad about saying this at the time the rain is falling. We're having a whole lot of on-track action, Stevie, but my dinner's ready and I've got to go. So I
knew
eat
that
it
was
before
coming.
the race. So
No
I'm
worries.
going to leave you temporarily for what I'm sure will no doubt, the minute I leave, the rain will stop and the session will liven up once again. But for now, I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Sverre Coleman.
Well, thank you very much. So it's going to be just me and you back at home for the next 10 minutes or so as Ed is having his dinner. I'm already mispronouncing everything here, so that's always very lovely indeed. Well, the rain couldn't have come in a worse moment, I think, after all those guys have set their lap times. So I think it might be a little quiet out on track for the next 11 minutes or so. So I'll just walk you through the grid as we have it for the Hypercar. At the moment, it is still Bassan on pole position with the 42.3. A decent lap time, not as quick as we've seen it before. I was in my notes, it says a 41 as an expected lap time. So that's where those cold tires and the tricky conditions come into play. Still very good, of course, that he is able to keep it out on track in one piece. I for sure wouldn't be able to do that. So full credits to him. It is Beltram a tenth of a second behind in P2 with the Campo still in P3, Fideli P4, Adamo in P5, Barzank, the champion of the Silver Split last season, in P6, Farinelli in P7, Perron in P8, Mohamed Colombo in P9, and Becchetti P10, rounding up the top 10 there. It's Petsin real close behind Bugatti in P11, Nonamaker in P12, Dashkidashvili in P13, Roth in P14, and Derezzo in P15. So other than the bottom 4 drivers, it's a very close grid once again, with the top 11 covered by 1.3 seconds. So for those of you who joined us in the bronze split 2 days ago, we saw a kind of a similar situation there as well, with multiple drivers just putting their cars within about a second there. And of course, just now in the GT3 qualifying, we saw the top 10 within a second there too. So as I mentioned before, it's a testament as to how well these drivers are, how good they are, how well they can drive, how well they can manage these situations, and it's always a pleasure to see them out on track and competing at the best that they can. Well done. In the meantime, if you have any questions for us here in the commentary booth, it is a bit quiet out there at the moment, as we see everyone just waiting out this rain, trying to see if it is slowing down just a little bit. It doesn't seem like it at the moment. But if you guys have any questions or something that you'd like to share, then please do so in the YouTube chat. I have it open here on my screen so I can see it. I read it all, and maybe we can have a lovely discussion these next 8 minutes and a bit. I touched on it a little bit earlier, but later in February, that is going to be very interesting for this championship. Of course, it started late January, but it's going to be running through February, March, and April as well. But later on, a couple of weeks' time, we should see a new update to Le Mans Ultimate with the Hypercars, including a whole new tire model and physics model. So we're seeing a lot of drivers kind of preparing for that change to come. This split, especially, we're seeing in Hypercars a lot of Cadillacs. I think it's about 7 of them. Let me check. 7, 8 Cadillacs there. And apparently that is going to be the car that's most likely. Thank you, Nicholas, for showing up the drivers. So as you can see, a lot of Cadillacs. Farinelli, Roth, Bugatti, Adamo, and Cedar, just 4 of those. And apparently that's going to be the car that's probably the most stable coming into the next changes. It's already a very stable car, very well balanced car, and the expectations that are that it is going to stay that same stable car for the after the next update coming in a couple of weeks. So it's going to be very interesting to see if that choice pans out. Of course, it could very well be that it's suddenly the slowest car out there. Of course, we're not hoping that for that to be the case, but it could very well be, and that could shift the whole season up and down, big time, pretty much. So that's it's going to be quite interesting to see how that works out. We're also looking at the GT3 field. Of course, these are not getting any new tires or physics, but the BOP might be changing just a little bit. So a lot of Porsches here and Lamborghini Hurricanes here as well. The Huracan seemingly a bit overpowered at the moment in the LM GT3 field. So if it stays that way, it's well, only time will tell. That's kind of the fun thing about this. Of course, in real life, you have the BOP, the balance of performance, changing every couple of rounds. I think it's every 2 rounds, if I'm not mistaken, with small changes between the rounds itself. I might have been completely wrong about that. So if I am, please let me know. But that same BOP changes are also here in LMU a thing, of course. So those changes might throw out the whole championship as it stands. Speaking of that championship, perfect timing there. Today we are racing at a very rainy Silverstone at the moment. It is the first of 2 endurance rounds. Those endurance rounds making a comeback after season 2. Season 3 last season didn't have those endurance rounds, but this time they are back here in the Gold Split. It's Silverstone, the opening round today, and Le Mans on the 26th of April. Of course, Le Mans, you got to have an endurance round there. That's pretty much the track for endurance rounds, of course. And the rest of the season will be regular races, also extended by 20 minutes to allow a bit more strategy going on there, a bit more pit stops, and well, hopefully should be improving the racing throughout the season. So in 2 weeks it will be Sebring, the American track, the bumpy hell pretty much, with the track not being reserved for like 80 years at this point. Then it's Imola, Qatar, Monza, Spa, then the endurance round at Le Mans, and Bahrain, the season final on the 10th of May. So plenty of racing action to go for the VMS Gold Split. Of course, next week we will be having the first round of the Platinum Split as well, and we have some very interesting names once again in that field. For instance, Jonas Simoncic, of course, a very well-known driver there, retaining his seat in the championship. Arda Ercan, Sven Geelhout, Paul Poit, improving from the Gold Split last time out, but he through pre-qualifying he made his way up to the Platinum. Michi Hoyer there as well. Johannes Price, the champion of the Gold Split last time out, promoting himself to the Platinum Split. So personally very interested to see how he's going to get on in that championship there. Leonardo Passoni also making the promotion. So I might be a bit biased, but I hope those guys will find their feet in that championship and show how good they are after winning the Gold Series last time out by ease. I have to say, Jonas Price scoring 101 points across 6 races. He hasn't been off the podium at all throughout the season, minus his drop round in Sebring where he scored 4 points, so that's P7. But other than that, he hasn't been off the podium. And that was Passoni in P2 on 72 points. So almost 30 points, 29 points between the 2 drivers there at Matteo Bassan in P3. So it's going to be interesting to see how those guys get on in the Platinum Split starting next week on Sunday. But of course, we're here at the opening round of the Gold Series. For those of you who are just joining us, it is raining and qualifying laps have been set on the slicks, so it's not really any point going out on track at the moment without risking those tires or your car. So it's just going to be me and you for the next 3 minutes. As I'm seeing a couple of questions in chat. What new tracks would I want to see coming to the game in the future? Well, Daytona is a good shout, as I'm seeing there. Of course, with the 24-hour Daytona currently going on, I think Porsche is performing very well there indeed. I saw the number 7 leading earlier on. So Daytona would be very cool. I won a race at Daytona a couple of years ago. No, came second, apologies, on the GTE car. So it's a personal favorite of mine. And an IMSA update or collaboration would be very cool in general, seeing all sorts of American tracks there in the game at Lord Atlanta would be very cool indeed. I'm thinking that could happen in the future, to be honest. I think the ELMS update is a very easy collaboration to do. And honestly, I'm surprised with how well that has been received with the LMP3 cars. I wouldn't think they would be as popular as they are, but they're really fun cars to drive, and the unrestricted LMP2 as well. Those the whole LMS content has just been a very welcome addition to LMU. So I think the IMSA will be a logical next step there. And the tracks like Daytona, Road America would certainly improve the state of the game and the content of this game. At least no safety cars or fog there. That is true. Those 6 hours were a bit boring this evening, but luckily for me, it was mostly during the night here in the Netherlands, so it didn't bother me too much, but it was a bit boring. Although safety cars would be a good addition to this game. That is for sure. It would be interesting for us as well here in the commentary booth. Even more time to talk about, I don't know, whatever we want to talk about. Look at T-Guard saying, I just won Daytona last first in GT3 Split 5. Well, congratulations. That is a great result. GT3 around Daytona is always fun. So it's a great little combination, those two, especially with the hypercars going around you as well. I'm pretty sure we'll get a 26 update sometime in the future with the Evos and the hypercar updates. I'm pretty sure there should be another Evo as well, not just the BMW. The BMW Evo is already in the game, but there should be another Evo coming as well. I think I forget which car it is, but there's one of them getting an Evo. I'm getting from Nicholas. It might be the Ferrari Evo. I'm not too sure, but we'll find out. And of course, it might have been the Ford Evo. Yeah, that's the one I saw. And the hypercar, it's the Cadillac and BMW getting an Evo as well. So it's going to be very fun to see those out on track, as well as the new hypercar. Not a Ginetta, it's the other one, right? I'm forgetting which brand it is, but there we go. As the clock of the qualifying session has come down to 0, so the qualifying is over. Let's take a look at the results then. It is Kolosov on pole position in LM GT3, followed by Matteo Di Buono in P2, very closely, within a half of a tenth. Clemens Keinsel in the Ferrari in P3. Matteo Panci in P4, Julian Guerin in P5, Jack Bolger on his home race in P6, good performance by him. Zoranovic in P7 in the Lamborghini, Arthur Rontaert in P8, Kevin Bauer P9, and Kelsey Osborne rounding up the top 10 within 0.8 of a second of each other, so close stuff there, with the second British driver in P10. And then on P11, it is Michel Rodriguez. I saw him in Platinum last time out as well. He was performing really well there. So hoping for him to pick up the pace throughout the race as well. P11 is, it's not the worst, especially with the rain. He should be able to climb back up to the front just a little bit. Luca Rubin-Rio in P12. Jules Neal in P13 after briefly getting a provisional pole position earlier on in the session. Lepoux in P14, Materesi P15, bit disappointing for him. Rapin P16, Galetti P17, and Olivier didn't set a lap time in the Porsche. In Hypercar, it is Matteo Bassan taking pole position here, followed by Marco Beltram in P2. Mattia De Campo in P3 in the first of the Valkyries, with Antonio Fedele in P4. Adamo P5, Barzenk in P6. Farinelli in P7, Perron in P8, Mohamed Colombo in P9, and Filippo Becchetti in P10. Let's see if we can get the rest of the grid as well. It doesn't look like it, so we'll just come through those as we get further into the race. So we are just under 2 minutes away of the start of this endurance round here at the Bronze VMS.
It's golden.
As I welcome Ed back into the commentary booth.
You're still in Friday mode, clearly, Stevie. I was about to say, what did I miss? But that would have felt insulting. after
Not
the
too much.
scintillating ending to Hypercar qualifying. But luckily, the weather has brightened up a bit ahead of the race. And this is going to be interesting. Those who have saved their dry weather tyres will be eager to make progress here. And those who have gone for the track position will start to just think to themselves, well, I've got one set less of tyres here and 2 hours, 40 minutes. There's a long time that I've got to nurse these tyres in terms of trying to make as few stops as possible. So this is going to be really, really interesting.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how the strategies will pan out, especially with Kolosov using, I think, 8 tires throughout the qualifying session. So he might start on a fresh left side of the car and then change the right-hand side only across the 2 qualifying sets that he has used. But, well, we'll wait and see how that works.
Sorry, just trying to get some ice cream in before the start of the race. But yeah, I mean, that's my strategy anyway. Less tyres, more watery liquid.
What ice cream are you having?
It's Australian macadamia, I think.
Very nice.
I don't want to say the brand name because I don't know if we're sponsored or not. But anyway, we're within about 10 seconds of the formation lap beginning. It'll be sort of half formation lap as they're released down the Wellington Straight. You can see the Tatum Rostec duo of Matteo Bassan and Marco Beltrami looking to control this start in their Cadillacs, but they've got the 2 Valkyries of De Campo and Fidele right behind them. And Darwin, the other were the 2 to watch in qualifying, but Keinzel in the Ferrari is definitely going to be a bit of a wild card, looking to challenge Panchi as well. Who will be very, very keen to get the 720S into the fray too.
It's going to be very spicy in this first corner. It's a cool looking shot though, the 2 Tatum Esports Cadillacs in front with the 2 Valkyries just behind.
Well, they'll be more excited if it ends this way rather than start.
That is also very true, but I think the Tatum will be happy with this as a result. But if it is the case, only time will tell. We are making our way to the start of this race.
Here we go, moments away from the gold split season. About to get underway, the first of 8 rounds, meaning right here with the endurance at Silverstone. Then 2 hours, 40 minutes gets underway in just a few short seconds time. It gets underway now. And it is they're absolutely rocking away. It looks like the Valkyries are being absolutely mowed at the start here. You can see a Darwin Barzek is muscling his way through as well, and De Campo getting some muscled out there too. But Bassan holding on from Beltrami. Beltrami made a very, very quick getaway as well. Meanwhile, in GD3's Kolosov continues to hold on to the lead. Has gone from 6th to 5th though. As we see, Here comes Beltrami, positioning himself to the outside, keeping his teammate under pressure here. So Tatum threatening to control this race, but look at Barzenk now, all over the back of Francesco Adamu and the 2 Valkyries of De Campo and Fidele, struggling to fight back through as it looks like De Campo trying to land inside of Barzenk, running out of road. There's been a collision with the back in 7th.
Yeah, so amazing start. Oh, first gravel there. Yeah, and that's one of the Tatum Esports cars further down. I think that's Fabian Wolf, or Faginelli actually, in the 5th Tatum Esports car. So amazing start by the Tatum Esports cars and a Hypercar. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them at the moment. And in GT3, it's a good start by Kolosov, who remains in the lead of this race for now.
Bono going a bit wide into the complex section there, and that's really holding up Keinzel and backing it into Panchi and Julian Gurin, who's gotten back ahead of Jack Bolger here.
Yeah, so Gurin making up for a last place, and Valkyrie is not looking too happy out there. It's Colombo now attack onto Antonio Fidele, who's lost 2 places after the start of this race. Inside in this Alpine into Cobb's corner. And he gets the move done nice and cleanly. So those Valkyries really not quite going wide there. That's the track limit. You don't have a lot of those. But the Valkyrie is really not looking happy out there.
Yeah, certainly Colombo making a good start from 9th on the grid, isn't he? To go up to P7, P6 or so, isn't he? just outside that top 5. But here we are on board with our 2 leaders, Beltrami chasing down our pole sitter, Matteo Bisson then. And you think Tatum Esports, the ideal strategy here is hold position, pull away from Barzink and the rest of the pack, and then we can start having a fight in the final couple of stints of this race then. As meanwhile, Matteo Di Buono really under pressure in his Lamborghini Huracan from Kitezel, who is continuing to just wait in the wings for any more mistakes that he can capitalize on. This DC racing driver of Di Buono really getting a bit of a defensive phase on in this opening stint of the race, but he also really does not want to see Kolosov just disappear up the road in front of him, because you really don't want to become the cork in a bottle at a track like Silverstone. Of course, the thing with Di Buono is he's always at least 1 set less tyres than Kolosov has. So as this race goes on, Kolosov might find himself at a little bit of a disadvantage, and he won't have that flexibility in his strategy. I hate to sound like the McLaren F1 pit wall cat. But yeah, Di Buono will know that holding on to P2 is critical at this phase of the race. He sweeps across in front of Keinzel, and you can tell the pack behind really starting to close in as well. Behind them, Pansy, Guri, Bolger, Barrett, Rodriguez. As this has happened, is snuck into the top 10.
Yeah, so Di Buono, as you're saying, really looking at the cork on the bottle here. Surprisingly, to be honest, he's shown great pace throughout last season as well, so expecting him to be a bit more on the pace in this opening stages. But it's still a 1-2-3 for Tatum Esports in Hypercar. Of course, Barzan competing for a Renova competition. The livery is quite similar, but it is a different team, so apologies for that. But it's still a 1-2-3 for Tatum Esports there. And the Valkyrie of the Campo finally showing a bit more pace now on the rear of Mateusz Barzank in P5. So he's back there after a good qualifying performance, but he's not really able to capitalize on it just yet. With Valkyrie, of course, very good on top speed, but a bit less so on the tire wear and the low speed corners and the high speed corners. So well, it's going to be interesting to see if he's able to use that V12 engine in the back, put it to good use in this race. He moved there on the inside. Oh, wheel banging! Oh, that's a desperate move.
Barzank was trying to barge past the Darmu there, and the Darmu lost his way back. This is ideal. This is allowing them to get away here. So Barzank clearly feeling a bit of frustration and just dived up the inside of the other Cadillac. It was late on the brakes. It was an aggressive move. He basically forced a Darmu off track there. I think it was no play.
Yeah, that's not a move that would have stayed he's back in P4 now, so he gives it back to Francisco Adamu, still in P3, but there was proper elbows out there. A bit of a different move by Mateusz Barzank. He might be looking at the radar, seeing that there is potentially some rain on the way. I'm not too sure, of course, we can see it from here, but they might be wanting to get the move done as early as he can in this race. We're only 5 minutes on the way on lap 3.
Oh! Colombo cuts the track. Oh! And he's hit Fidele. Oh dear, that's very clumsy from Andy Colombo. So he's risking it coming out of Cops. Obviously all the collisions in front of him allowed him to close in. And what happens? He gets too far on the orange curve, loses it very early on. So shortcuts the track, and then it's understeer across the grass, and he just taps the rear right corner of Fidele's Aston Valkyrie there. Antonio Fidele, he's not lost much. He's gone down to P11, hasn't he? So he has lost quite a lot. But that was very, very clumsy.
Hopefully for Fidele, he didn't have too much damage on the Valkyrie, but it looked like a big hit from Colombo. I'm sure the stewards will look at that after the race. Fidele now dropped out of the top 10 after got a P4, I think, P5. P11, and it's
I was sort of wondering
getting darker.
So yeah, definitely. There was a shot that you could see a lot of dark clouds on the horizon. So I think a lot of drivers, especially if you're Kolosov, Di Buono, you're thinking, oh, I really hope it rains fairly soon here.
Yeah.
Although if you're leading, do you really want that kind of variable where somebody could make the first move to wet tyres before you, and then everybody else slides off the road? It is completely a bit risk, but it does mean you wouldn't have to worry so much about saving tyres at this early phase of the race particularly. Anyway, nonetheless, what I was going to ask about the Valkyries, it feels like both of them really bogged down at the start, and I wonder, was that just both of them reacting slightly too late to the green flag? Was that the V12 just struggling to sort of roar into life at the beginning of the race? Because it really felt like they just got swamped by Adama and Barzeng.
I'm not really sure, to be honest. I was expecting them to just walk away along with the carriage in front, to be honest, given the engine power that they have. So it might have been a wrong setting on the traction control, for instance. As you see potentially a move of D'Arezzo in the Peugeot there, the number 20 Peugeot, but he backs out for now. So I'm not really sure what happened there. Well, a bit of banging there. But it's a bit surprising to see both Valkyries dropping down so much. That's on the inside of Farinelli, and he gets the move done nice and clean. Farinelli has to tuck him behind the Peugeot. Good move there by the number 20.
Yeah, I think we might have seen those two come together on the opening lap, because I definitely saw Rezzo going wide on the exit of Club and on the Hamilton straight get right onto the segment. So, yeah, Michele Di Rezzo fighting back against the 777 Farragut. Suspect he might have been damaged from some of that chaos, essentially, which is why he's well at the points at the present moment. There's Kelsey Osborne, who's fallen from 10th on the grid down to 16th in a fight with Raphael Rapin in the Mercedes AMG GT3 then. But yeah, Kelsey Osborne very, very keen to recover some of those positions. Interestingly, we talked about Barzeng and Adama coming together. It does feel a little bit like Beltrami and Bassan have been caught by Adama, giving him that little bit of slipstream to help him defend from Matthias Barzeng here. So Taysom Esports really controlling the pace of everybody at the front here. And you can tell Matthias Barzeng is not enjoying this one little bit, because he feels it is being kept just out of arm's reach here.
Yeah, of course, Barzeng driving the same Cadillac compared to the guys ahead. If there's anyone in this field currently who might be able to attack them, it's going to be him. And it sure looks like he's being held up quite a bit by Adamu through there. So hopefully he won't lose his head just a bit again further on and just keeps it clean this time. Because otherwise, I think if he gets ahead of Francisco Adamu, he might be able to overtake the guys ahead as well.
Yeah, meanwhile, Kolosov has been slowly caught by De Bono, who's within 4/10 of him now, and he's dragging Keinzel with him. So it is going a little bit back and forth between our top three in GT3. There they are. You can see Keinzel right behind the pink and baby blue and fluorescent yellow DC racing car of De Bono. So De Bono, despite looking a little bit cagey in the first couple of laps, has got the pace of the Hurricane back under control. Kolosov, knowing that he's got to save tyres at this phase in case it doesn't rain, of course. It's got dark, but it's not started raining yet. Then Kolosov knows he's got to play the long game here, because we are only 10 minutes in and still 2.5 hours left to go.
Yeah, it's a long, long while to go. So this guys, especially for instance Barzeng, he has to make the choice, or am I going to take a risk now? I'm just going to play the long game and trust my own long-term pace in this race, especially in the wet, and try and do a different strategy compared to the guys in front of the KTM Esports guys. So it's a tough choice if you are in his position, and one that's well, could either cost or win him this race. I'm feeling like at this point.
Yeah. Also, key to point out here between Bassan and Beltrami, who is getting very, very close to the rear ring of his teammate into Stowe, although doesn't really jink to the inside to make a move yet, as they're starting to catch the bank markers in GT3. Matteo Bassan is yet to win in the gold split, whereas Beltrami has won once before at Imola, even though Matteo Bassan was, of course, third in the championship, 1 point ahead of Brandon Geitz last season. And as you can see, the 16th place, I think, Mercedes just getting out of the way there for the leaders as they go into Abbey at the end of the Hamilton straight there. And you can see Beltrami going a little bit wide onto the curb there, which gives Bassan just a little bit of breathing room. But yeah, this will be crucial not to trip up over any of the GT3s there. You can just see as well that looked like the next car is Kelsey Osborne that they've got to negotiate.
Yeah, of course, the closing speed within these cars compared to the GT3 cars is very, very high, especially in the heavy braking zones to a slower speed corner. There's a lot of difference there in the high speed corners. The Megas brackets, of course, it's very easy to get caught out. Oh, contact there with Kelsey Osborne.
That was Adamu.
Ferrari. Yeah. And
Kelsey Osborne closed the door, and you can now see there's a Mercedes almost in the way as well. So big opportunity once again for Barzenk, who contemplates a move up the inside into Copse, but maybe has flashbacks to Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, and thinks better of it. And that now has put De Campo right on his tail then as they go into Maggots, Beckett's, and now Chapel. So yeah, De Campo just decided to back out himself, and it definitely feels like since losing out at the start, De Campo has been playing a bit of a long game here and just sticking to the back of this top pack while it's still squished quite close together.
Yeah, so traffic already playing a huge part in this race, and Bassano a second clear ahead of Beltram and Adamu, so he's making the best of the current traffic here. And Beltram, Adamu and Barzeng are very close to one another, with the Campo following closely behind. Oh, almost contact there with the Porsche ahead. And it's millimeters between the three hypercar drivers, and navigating their way through this mid pack. This is the tricky part. Almost three wide there on the main straight. But he is going defensive on the Campo. They come around the outside now, off track. And he keeps it on the track
in front of them.
Yeah.
It just gets out of the way in time, and now McLaren too, as De Campo's just separated from the Barzenk's Renova Cadillac that he so desperately wanted to pass around the outside there. Meanwhile, Kleinsell has got up the inside out of Aintree down the Wellington Straight, past De Bruyne. De Bruyne trying to hang on around the outside into Brooklands, and Pansy is waiting in the wings of the McLaren as well. But Kleinsell has crucially got the Ferrari up into second in GD3, and De Bruyne now is very much under attack from Panchin. Here come the hypercar leaders as well. Petroni, and all over the grass goes Bazan.
Yeah, the lead is catching up on the battle that we were just watching, and it's chaos all over the place with cars pretty much on every inch on the track, but they're all somehow keeping it clean at this point. No cars going off track or flying anywhere. Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton 2.0. But that's Barzenk all over the back of Adamu, and he's really trying to get this move done. Almost hitting the rear there as they're being held up by the leader of LMGP, that's Kolosov. There we go. And now this is a move probably for Barzenk on the outside of Adamu, coming to the next corner. Surely this is his best option to get a move done.
Here we go, bit of contact at the side of the cars there as Adamu holds the inside, forces Barzenk to go all the way around the outside. That becomes the inside for Vale and Club. Adamu tries to swing around the inside and break late, and he holds on to that third place, backs Barzenk into De Campo once more, and De Campo's bringing a couple of friends along with him as well. So this is getting very, very tense here, but look how much time they've lost. Nearly 3 seconds behind our two leaders now.
Yeah, all of this is working favors for Bassan and Beltram out ahead, but great defensive driving by Adamu, who is still in P3 after all that, around the outside of Barzenk, and managing to keep his Cadillac on a podium spot, as you were mentioning. De Campo on P5 and are followed closely by the rest of the hypercar field. So it's pretty much the top two, P3 to top P10, I think, there in one shot here. So one small mistake can cost you a lot of places at this point.
So there we go. There's Bicatti and Nonenmacher in 7th and 8th, but bad news for Matteo De Buono, because he's now under attack from Julien Gurin in the Shadow 1 Porsche 992, and that means that Pansy has gotten through and taken him off of the podium here. So this is worrying times for De Bruyne. After threatening to set pole position, he's now going backwards. You see De Rezzo, not for the first time in this race, being horribly held up by GD3s, and now he's got Colombo all over the back of him, and we've seen he's not shy about making a little bit of contact here as he's nearly goes up the inside into Copse there, right when there's a GD3 in front of both of them.
Yeah, that's always a bit tricky when you have a purple Alpine in the back of your car. Meanwhile, for the lead, Beltram has closed the gap to Matteo Bassan. Of course, they are teammates, but we're not really sure if they actually kind of stick to team orders. Knowing Tatum, they might as well just let them race right here, right now. But as long as they don't take each other out, it should be fine. The battle for the lead is heating up as well. Maybe for the lead here, Kleinsell on the outside.
Go. Kleinsell trying to go the long way around at Stowe. Kolosov tries to make him just squeeze him into submission here, but Kolosov finds himself now on the outside, and it's Kleinsell that sneaks through into the lead there. And now, if anything, Kolosov is falling into the clutches of Pansy as well in the battle for P2 there. So Clemens Keinzel has timed his attack superbly here, and here comes Pansy.
Yep, up the inside of Kolosov, but he backs out for now. But it's a it's chaos all over the place. A lot of battles coming up and down the field. Not really anyone managing to pull a gap to the other cars behind them. De Buono once again.
Oh! Nearly squeezed by Mattia Pansy there as they go into Aintree, and you can see right behind Julian Gurin fancies a piece of this, as well as Mattia De Bruyne makes Mattia Pansy go almost all the way onto the curb there. So it is going to be who has got the best line for Brooklyn's here. Gurin thinks about going up the middle, just finds the gap close in front of him, and it is De Buono back onto the podium, but only by the skin of his teeth there. And here comes Jack Bolger, who makes contact with Gurin.
Almost spinning him around. Somehow there's no crashes happening there. A lot of Porsches all flying all over the place, but insanely good defensive driving by Mattia De Buono, who's still in P3. 3 wide at some point on the Wellington Straight, but somehow they're all in one piece around the outside, but give him a word. On Jake Bolger, and he gets the move almost done, still side by side, going through Megan Beggars. And the Fish Racing team ahead of Jack Bolger.
Yeah, I didn't think Jack Bolger was really going to be able to hold on to that one. Now Jules Neal, who was had a brilliant first lap, went from, I think it was 13th or 14th on the grid, all the way up to P8, is now right behind Jack Bolger. He has been slowly making his way up the order as the Frenchman. So I think that McLaren has probably got a couple of more good moves in it in these next 2 hours, 20 minutes then. As meanwhile, the order up front in Hypercar still very much Bassan keeping Beltrami at bay. Then Adamu within 2 seconds now. So Adamu caught them back up very, very quickly, which is surprising here. So even when Adamu's getting defensive, it feels like Bassan and Beltrami are not pushing too hard in this opening stint particularly, because they know they've got the track position. They can afford to stretch these tyres as long as they want. They're all on the mediums with the exception of Perron, I believe, in 9th. So yeah, it is very much Tatum not taking any big risks here. It's Adamu that's had to do all the rearguard action here.
Yeah, I think they might as well just be fuel saving just a little bit ahead to make their stops later on a bit shorter and gaining a lot of time in the pit stop. I think it's about a second to 2 seconds of fuel per lap, so it is very well worth it to extend your stint as much as possible, especially since this is an endurance round, of course, with still 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. So a long old way to go, but already plenty of action during this race, as all of them are now sort of settling back down just a little bit. The traffic has come through, so now it's back to focusing on your own race. But it's if his first 20 minutes are anything to go by, then we have a lot of stuff to get ahead of us, Ed.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does look like Olivier Bruniou has gone into the pits within the first 20 minutes of the race. So it looks like he didn't actually make the start of the race, is what I'm hearing. So yeah, but we have lost Olivier from the order then. As meanwhile, here is Evan Leproux chasing Strahinja Zoranovic, the Serbian, in the Lamborghini, being chased down by Evan Leproux in the number 18 Porsche 992. Leproux, of course, one of our Shadow 1 esports drivers, of course, is the Frenchman. So he is very, very keen to get into the top 10, and that will be the final points-paying position. So at this early phase, you really want to make an impression as, that looks like Barzenk was positioning himself to the outside of Brooklands. The rear end of the Cadillac just starting to misbehave here. Barzenk puts the front of his car up the inside into left field, but Adamu is just absolutely resolute. He will not let that number 77 get through here. And Barzenk, I think he was a little frustrated at the start. I think he's going to be even more so at this stint, because this is really costing him a chance to fight with the two leaders. And it could get very, very interesting if Barzenk decides to do something different on the strategy here to sort of get past Adamu, whether he can make an impression on Bassan and Beltrami. Then it'd be 3 men with last names beginning with B, and again wide out of Chapel from Mateusz Barzenk, so he's pushing to the track limits and a little bit beyond. Meanwhile, Keinzel is a second ahead of Kolosov and absolutely flying out there in GD3.
Yeah, so Adamu really working as a tail gunner at this point for the Tatum Esports guys ahead. So Bassan and Beltramo just under 2 seconds ahead, so they're wheeling them in just a little bit, but really keeping Barzenk at bay. I feel like the second Barzenk gets by, he's able to just clear Adamu and try and attack Beltramo and Bassan ahead. but for now he has to stick there in P4. Meanwhile, in the back, it's Erik Nonemaker in P8 following Becciati in P7. So Nonemaker, I think, started outside of the top 10 even. So he's been climbing up some places there as well. And this group is slowly catching up to the front runner. So it's still very close, all these cars. There we can see the top 2 driving. So it's, like I mentioned before, one small mistake and you can lose a heap of places right now. All of these guys, as close as they are, small defensive move by Becciati there, but it's nothing to worry about for now. Same goes for LMGT3 though. It's still very close stuff there.
I think in the background there on that shot, we also saw Fidele, who is, I think, in sort of 10th or 11th position, trying to recover positions after being basically, I don't want to say missiled by Colombo, but I think there's no other real appropriate expression there. He just got absolutely taken out there. So good to see Fidele not only still going, but starting to claw back his way towards the points then, as we look at Mattia Panzi, who passed Matteo De Buono not long ago, got repassed in all of the confusion. He's now trying to get back through. There is Fidele. He is indeed in 10th position, just ahead of Francesco Pezzin in another of the Valkyries. And they're chasing down 9th place Alpine just ahead of him, which is not Colombo, it's the other Alpine of Nathan Perron, of course.
Yes, it is. So both Colombo and Perron, interestingly enough, are actually reserve drivers. So they are competing here tonight, but they're usually in the silver split. So good to see them up there on the field. So competing quite well against the rest of the gold split here. But Fidele trying to get up some positions again after that earlier incident with Mohamed Colombo in Maggots and Baggets. Meanwhile, Clemens Keinsel is pulling away from this group. Kolosov is 1.2 seconds behind him already, so he's truly found his gas pedal on the right-hand side. And Kolosov now kind of holding up the Bueno and Panchi behind, so perhaps those old qualifying tires that he has to use now after using 2 sets, as we think, during qualifying, are starting to hurt him just a little bit.
Yeah, remember he messed up that first lap on the new set of tyres as well, so he had to do 2 runs. And it was the second run where he just snatched pole position. But now Keinsel, who just kept his powder dry in 3rd, along with De Buono, who ended up 2nd alongside him in the front row. Keinsel is pulling away, and De Buono is moving around in the rearview mirrors, trying to size up that fellow Lamborghini Huracan, as now we see Bassan and Beltrami coming up to the back markers in GD3 once more. Beltrami looking a little bit too close for comfort coming out of Cops if I were in Matteo Bassan's shoes here. But yeah, again, I guess they're in this position where they've got to sort of hold station. Adamu is having to drive out of his skin to keep Barzenk behind. They're probably using up a lot more of his tyres than his 2 teammates in front of him. But yeah, Beltrami and Bassan are sort of trying to put themselves in the best possible position for the sort of latter stages of the race. They're not too worried about building a huge gap behind them in this opening stint.
Yeah, and at this point you're also having to start think about just settling in and finding your rhythm. As you're mentioning, it's a long old way to go. It's still over 2 hours to go in this race. We're only 25 minutes in. So those tires and your car has to last that race as well. There's no point taking any big risks. So finding your rhythm and staying with the cars in front of you is also a good choice to make, and probably the most important thing to do in this stage of the race. Meanwhile, Colombo is near the back of the field after that further early incident, so I think he might be carrying some damage from that as well. I think he lost multiple places after that. Now fighting for P15 with the car behind. But I think Barzenk just has to keep his head cool at this stage. No, don't make any big mistakes. Be careful with the traffic. It's still a long way to go. Plenty of time for other cars around you to make mistakes as well. We saw plenty of mistakes in the bronze split 2 days ago. So there's no guarantee that won't happen in here as well. So just keep it clean, and we'll see what happens.
Barzik just lapped Giacomo Matrese, who's still down in 14th, our man who finished 3rd in the gold split last season. Not the start of the season he would have wanted. He's 6 seconds behind Ruben Roux. So yeah, the pace not really particularly exceptional at the moment. He needs that rain to come, I think, does Giacomo Matrese, to transform his race. But Keinsel, we see a comment in the chat from Seb Cedric Fisher, who says Keinsel is unleashing the Kraken. Lots of support for our resident Austrian driver for Fischer Racing Esports then. So Clemens Keinsel definitely being buoyed by that support in the chat and using it to good effect then. As you can see, Matteo De Buono, he's right behind Kolosov. It's really Kolosov that's struggling at this phase of the race. And but the problem is De Buono can't exactly... He doesn't really have Kolosov to himself because Pansy is right behind him, and then it's Gurin, Bauer, Bolger, Jules Neal. So we've basically got 7 cars all in a train fighting for P2 here.
Yeah, so Buono closing the gap on the brakes there as well. I think this might be Kolosov struggling on those tires. We can see, especially on the braking, De Buono closing the gap, and here on exit, he is not really pulling away all that much, it feels like. So I think Kolosov is asking a bit too much of tires. It won't give him the performance that he needs. So he needs that rain to come as well. He gambled on that rain during the qualifying session. It got him pole position, but now it is well, pretty much down to survival at this stage, going very deep there into Brooklet as well, and now through Lovefield. He's looking very slow indeed, so he needs that rain to come as soon as possible as well.
Oh, and look at that. The Hypercar leaders are coming through, led by Bassam Beltrami and Adamu in the Tatum Cadillacs here. So this is an interesting situation for Mattia De Buono, because we saw him lose third briefly, but he didn't panic. He was able to take advantage of a bit of chaos there to repass Pansy, as slotting through the needle, the eye of the needle, comes Mattia Bassam. Now comes Beltrami, who has to slot in behind Kolosov here as they go into Maggots. Beckett and Chapel is left just enough room, and now Adamu, for seemingly the 5th or 6th time in this race, is held up at just the wrong moment, and that allows Barzenk to just gain a few tenths of a second there. As you can see, De Campo trying to push past all the GD3s, and Bicatti is now actually starting to give him problems in the background there. Felipe Bicatti actually gets through, I think, into 5th place past Mattia De Campo. You can see him in is that the number 11 car just in front of him?
I think so, yeah. So De Campo really struggling there with the traffic.
And that's Perron having a go at him as well.
Yeah, it is. So losing 2 places within the sector, but he's managed to stay in front just now. Yeah, but it's a not a good time out there for Matteo De Campo.
Yeah, Pesin has actually repassed Antonio Fedele for P8 in the background as well. So yeah, Fedele not quite having the untroubled rise through the order. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of solidarity between the Aston Martin Valkyries as much as there is between the Tatum Esports cars, is there? And it's interesting because, of course, there was a little bit of controversy, wasn't there, at the end of the Platinum Sprint season with the Tatum cars working together so Fabio Frigolato could recover up the order. Again, I think it was the P8 that he needed to seal the his second Platinum Split championship in a row, of course. And there was like, yeah, Nasimachichi finished 2nd, felt that had they not let him through, he would have been champion, so by a single point, of course, but it would have been just enough. So, yeah, there's certainly a sense that it is an individual championship. Tatum Esports, they practice together, they work together, they all get on so well. It's such a clearly good atmosphere. They're not the only team that has that, of course, but they're one of the first that really committed to VMS, didn't they, in the early couple of seasons. So it's great to see them put themselves in this strong position, and the main threat to the moment is still Mateusz Barzenk, who doesn't look like he's going to give up anytime soon, as we cut back to Jack Bolger, who is now behind Kevin Bauer, who we saw go around the outside of him early on, and they're trying to keep Julian Gurin in sight just ahead of him, and Jules Neal has been waiting patiently in the wings in that McLaren for all these Porsches to bump into each other, basically.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of surprised to see the lack of incidents, to be honest, given how close this field is and the tire wear coming through the qualifying tires as well. It's been quite a lack of incidents so far, which is only positive, of course. That's also very true, and knowing me, I have a big old commentator's curse around me, so the moment I say that, then stuff will happen all over the place. Actually broke the stream 2 days ago, so, you know, anything can happen with me on here.
But Domino confirming that's true, that it was absolutely your fault and nothing to do with just bad luck or internet outages or anything else. It was completely
100% my fault.
The responsibility is very common, the commentator, as we see a replay of Di Rezzo fighting away with Mohamed Columbo. So Columbo's gotten back through. And has he made a mistake somewhere? Yes, he has. Just a tiny bit there, but was able to save it. And then, he must have cut track limits and had to let him through. I mean, he would have had a couple of corner cuts for his massive incident earlier with Fedele, where he cut most of Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel, didn't he?
Yeah, that surely would have upped his tally quite a bit on the track limits. And I think you only have 5 track limit points for the race, and this game can be quite strict on those.
Well, he's got a long way
points,
to go,
so
his poor Colombo, to sort of stay out
exactly.
of trouble. So
he has to be a bit careful on
not
those.
to risk it, as we now see Julian Gurin start to challenge Mattia Pensi for 4th position here. So Gurin is another of those drivers that is, he qualified 5th, he stayed 5th for pretty much the entire race, and now he is starting to come alive a little bit as we see a brief yellow flag somewhere out the track that clears quickly. De Bueno is right behind Kolosov, and who have we lost here?
Nashkidashvili, I think.
I think it might have been Farinelli, actually. No, it is David Nashkidashvili, so you are absolutely spot on there, Sveri. The opposite of the commentator's curse on this occasion. So yeah, that's a big shame, because Nashkidashvili was, I think, just in the lower end of the points. As now,
I think so, yeah.
Here comes, that's Gurin under attack from behind. So here comes Lepert in that number 72. The Fischer racing car going around the outside is Bauert. And into 5th position, he's got the inside for the chicane. You can see Mathieu de Bueno also having to attack Kolosov for P2 right in front of them. They're getting a little bit physical. Pansy trying to go up the inside. 3 into 1 does not go. Mathieu de Bueno just holding on the inside, but the move is not done yet as they go into Abbey and Farm. It is Kolosov that has to concede on the older tyres, and now Pansy and Bauer, who is now really rocketed forward in this battle. So Gurin was playing the patient game, but he was all too patient now. Has been knocked off track into the complex there as Julian Gurin, as he's being absolutely mugged by Bolger, and now Jules Neal is around the outside of him as well.
Yeah, that was a proper through goes de Bueno moment for Matteo de Bueno, who's still in P2. P2 now ahead of Kolosov, and in the back Jules Neal taking advantage of Julian Guerin going a bit off track there, losing the rear, and now in P7 with Rontar in P9 and Bolger in P6 still, the British driver. So as you're saying, Jules Neal, he's been in the back of the field for most of this race so far, but he's slowly making his way up there and taking advantage of the battling going around him and other people making mistakes, and he can just pick up the pieces wherever they're leaving them.
De Bueno now, he's got ahead. He's really got to pull away from Kolosov because Kaiser was nearly 4 seconds ahead before that point then. So absolutely crucial timing in the race now for Mathieu De Bueno. And of course, going into this season, how dearly him and DC Racing would love to see the Italian mount a title challenge here, because he had such a sort of strong second half, I think it was, to last season, wasn't it? Mathieu De Bueno, he was 3rd in Imola, 2nd in the finale at Spa. Of course, he's yet to take that first win, but you've got to say he is another of our drivers that's really, really looking to make a big impression here. Narrowly lost out on pole position, but now, if he can keep up with Keinzel and sort of stay in the mix here, he's really got a chance to challenge for victory here. As you can see, Kolosov now more thinking about defending from Mattia Pansy and Bauer behind him rather than catching back up to De Bueno.
I think Kolosov is really struggling out there in his Lamborghini. He showed great pace in qualifying, but his race pace is just not there on those used mediums. And Pansy looked really quickly in that McLaren there behind Kolosov in the Lamborghini Huracan. Also, the Huracan not really all that kind on his tires. The turn-in really helps in the low-speed corners, especially during qualifying, but it also comes with the negative side of bringing more tire wear into the game. So the 76 Lamborghini Huracan not really working all that well at the moment. He's just trying to cling on the podium spots there, and De Bueno has cleared him already by 0.5 of a second. So he's just trying to pull away as much as he can. And Keinzel for almost 5 seconds ahead right now, so it's a long old way to go, but De Bueno has a lot of work to do there as well. As we see the virtual energy now on the left-hand side, notably that's at 30%, so he's been doing a lot of fuel saving. Same as the Campo 31. Yeah. So they might be extending their stints by about 1 or 2 laps, I think, at this point, which could come in handy later on, making their pit stops a bit shorter. D'Arezzo on 21%, so he's used quite a bit more compared to the other cars ahead, but the leaders all pretty much in the same strategy so far.
Yeah, don't blame D'Arezzo for using that much, because he really wanted to pull away from Colombo, so and stay out of trouble essentially. But yeah, Colombo about 2 seconds behind, 6 seconds ahead of Farinelli, who's still recovering from all that drama on the first lap then. But yeah, Matteo Bassano still 3/10 ahead of Marco Beltrami. And here is the eternal struggle between Barzenk and Adamu. And for Mateusz Barzenk, it's again the case of the lead fight. It's not really a fight because they are very much holding formation, but if Barzenk was able to get through, it would really put the pressure on Tatum Esports, because Beltrami potentially has got quite a lot of pace that he's threatened to use at various points in this race and backed out of. If Barzenk becomes an immediate threat, it could force them to make a decision here about who they want to lead this race. Bessan, I'm sure, would try and up his pace in reply as well. But it's a case of do they switch the strategies between the two, or do they let them fight and maybe risk Barzenk getting past both of them? It could really be a lot of different outcomes here depending on how they play it. And Tatum Esports is so experienced. I'm sure they will use that experience and sort of to make the right call here to come out on top if they possibly can. But yeah, Barzenk has got a big opportunity here if only he could clear Francesco Adamu, which so far Adamu has shown no signs of letting him do so.
Yeah, I wouldn't really want to be on the strategy side of things at Tatum Esports at this moment, because I have no clue what the best thing is to do. That's also a reason that I'm doing this. But the Barzenk really is the threat for them at this point.
And Bicati as well.
And also, he's closed the gap as well there. Yeah. So if Barzenk wasn't there throughout the first part of this race, I think those three would have just cleared the rest of the pack. But Barzenk really keeping them honest and forcing Adamu to go defensive in certain places, which has played to the advantage of the rest of the field. So Tatum is a bit in the pickle here. They're clearly leading on pace, and they have a lot of pace in that team, but it's not over yet. And Barzenk, once he gets loose from them, he might be able to clear just enough time and space between them to get an advantage there.
You know what? Here is the ever popular Michel Rodriguez holding off Evan Leproux in the Porsche, but both of them just agonizingly outside the points. There's a pink Lamborghini ahead of them that is holding on to 10th at the moment. I mean, even further back, we have got Raphael Rapin holding off Kelsey Osborne. Kelsey Osborne has sort of been stuck behind the number 4 Mercedes of Rapin for quite a while now. There was a lot of support for Rapin in the chat as well. I forget who from, but that was lovely to see too. So they are right behind Jaco Matrezio. I think has recently got past both of them into P14, isn't it? Because he was 16th, I think, not too long ago. Or it could be he's been closed in a little bit. But either way, I think Matrezzi will feel happy. And here comes his teammate in the Hypercar category, Bassano and Beltrami, arriving as one past the Mercedes there. Meanwhile, Adamu and Barzenk have to wait their turn.
Yep, I was so cool to see these hypercars making their way through the LM GT3 traffic. So, of course, I think most of you guys at home will know this, but the blue flags were on the inside there. Almost going for a bit of a move there. Mateusz Barzenk very close to Adamu now, getting held up by the Mustang ahead, forcing wide.
Matrezzi remembered what team he was on there, because he realised he was holding
closing the door
and decided to go right on the apex in front of Mateusz Barzenk to stop the Renova from challenging for P3 there. So he knows it's going to be an uphill struggle to finish on the points himself in his class, but he can help the big boys in the Hypercar, his assistant teammates essentially.
Yeah, for sure. I think he might want to have to go in the Hypercar later on as well, next season or so. So he's doing them a little favor here, as we see the 3 Valkyries now here, all in one shot as well. So I think then
that's Di Campo, Pezin, and Fidelli in that order, right?
De Campo lost out a place to Bicati then as well, so he is now in P5, and we missed that, I think. But the 3 Valkyries just lacking pace at this stage. I feel like dropping back a bit more. And De Campo, he managed to stick with the top 4 at the early stages of this race, but right now he's just dropping back just a little bit too much.
Still a bit of a holding pattern in the battle for P2. Looks like Keinzel has kept that 4-second gap, in fact extended it slightly to De Bueno. So the Ferrari, the Austrian, clearly showing a lot of confidence out there, and De Bueno, the Italian, really just doing his level best to stay about half a second ahead of Kolosov. But yeah, Pansi has been sort of threatening to make a move for a while here, and he's going up the inside into the arena complex. Is there going to be enough room for the McLaren? Kolosov tries to close the door and squeeze. That's going to put him on a bit of a compromised line. Gets hit in the back by Pansies. He takes the apex, gets stuck on the curb there. That's going to give the McLaren the inside of the apex coming out of Aintree. So I think Kolosov is about to lose enough position here, but he's stubbornly refusing to yield. They try and occupy the same space. They bump and bang, but the McLaren is through. Does he go too late on the brakes into Brooklyn? No, he just about collects it up and makes the apex of Love Field, but Kolosov is trying to go clean around the outside and retake that position. There's going to be more contact here, and look at Bauer in 5th. He's right on the back of both of them. Who is he going to choose to follow here? Is he going to open up in the middle, 3 wide into Cobb's corner? This is not going to turn out well for one or both or all of them. Oh, they get very, very crossed up, and now here come the Hypercar leaders at the same time as well. What is going on here? Bauer is still stuck in the back of Kolosov as they go into Maggots and Beckett's, and everybody scrambles to find a clean piece of track here.
How no one died there, I will never know. But we see that's on the inside there. Yeah.
We go on the exit there. Is there enough room? I think Barzeng has just held on there and survived another swarm of GT3s.
Yeah, how no one made any more contact there, I will never know how that... There were so many cars on so little track that somehow the leaders made it through in one piece. But there's over 2.5 seconds now between Beltram and Adamu. So Adamu falling back quite a bit there. Bauer, hit on the rear there. The number 44.
So that worked out for him. Pansy onto the podium there, as we see Mathieu de Bueno has pulled about 1.6 seconds ahead of what's now essentially the 3rd place battle. And here comes Nathan Perron, who's been taking advantage of all this in the Alpine to challenge Filippo Beccati. Perron, I think, is one of our reserve drivers as well, having an absolutely fantastic showing in this phase of the race as we are below the 2-hour remaining mark now. And Perron really trying to give Beccati something to think about in the Cadillac in front of him.
Yes, this is what endurance racing makes it so great, seeing the traffic play such a huge part to the outcome of this race, and people losing out, gaining time here and there. To see now the single Toyota there making a move on the Eric Nonnemacher in the Toyota making a move on Fedele. He's now up into P8 there in the lone Toyota. So Fedele losing out even more than compared to the rest of the field. But the traffic playing such a huge part and forcing all drivers to take very interesting lines and be creative with the way that they're driving. It's so phenomenal to see all of them managing the traffic there. All in one piece so far, and it's still a Tatum 1-2-3. And then we're closing the gap just a little bit to Beltram, so 1.2 seconds now. Barzeng still behind them, and Beccati is falling back a little bit more, so a bit more breathing room for Barzeng there in P4. I think Barzeng is starting to get really frustrated there. That he is not able to get past. Meanwhile, De Bruno in LMGT3, there we have him. He is now 1.3 seconds ahead of Punchy, so finally some breathing room for him as well. 4.5 seconds still behind Keinsel, who just cleared the rest of the GT3 pack. And Kolosov, our pole man, has fallen back to P5 now. So really not happy there, losing out big time with the Tatum Esports cars coming through.
Damage to the front right of the Huracan as well. So clearly
I think he got hit somewhere.
12-1, it does not go.
Nope. How surprising it doesn't.
Yeah, Jack Bolger now will probably feel quite confident of giving it. Oh, De Bruno! De Bruno stopped at the Vale chicane, and that's disastrous for the Italian. What on earth happened there? He's got going again, but there must have been some sort of hardware failure maybe, because it looked like the throttle just completely stopped. He gets on the brakes. And yeah, it just dies on him. It's almost like he had a Windows update message midway through the race there.
Very strange.
So where is he now? He's P11, so he's gone from second to just outside the points there behind Evan Leproux, who very gratefully goes through, of course. But heartbreak for Mathieu de Bueno, because that didn't look like his fault at all. And it's put Pansy now into second, nearly 6 seconds now behind Keinsel, who's got a huge lead. It looks like Jules Neal has also hit trouble and fallen behind Ruben Ryu.
Very strange to see De Bueno losing out there. I think, like you were saying, it might have been a hardware failure there with the steering wheel not working the way it should, or the pedals not working the way it should. But
we're seeing a message in the
afterwards.
Chat. Game froze for him, says Pseudofrick 0098. So I assume that's somebody that's in the DC Racing chat. Neil P13 says Clement Gagord, and it sounds like Clement, a teammate of Neil, former teammate of Neil's at G League Esports, not happy. to see Neil struggling. Yeah, it is certainly a shame. He had such a good start to the race. He was right in the pack, and I think when it all went crazy, he was one of the drivers that really lost out. Maybe had a bit of damage there, as now we see Evan Leproux all over the back of Michel Rodriguez. He now finds himself defending 9th position from Leproux and Mathieu de Bono. Of course, we know de Bono's got some serious pace here, so Rodriguez, we're going to see what his defensive driving is made of here. So his new team is certainly going to see Rodriguez really show what he's got for the Absolute Motorsport squad.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of commentating on Rodriguez last season when he made his debut in the Platinum Split as a reserve driver, and somehow he managed to climb his way up to P5.
He's done quite a few Platinum seasons, I think.
Well, never mind. I think it was the first race of the season in Platinum back then, but he got up to P5 after a chaotic start and managed to hold back the rest of the grid for the whole race and maintain P5. So if anything, if there's something he can do, it is defending for his life in that McLaren. So he should be able to hold that position for now, I imagine. There we have him in the McLaren.
Yeah, Luca Rubin-Roux in the blue Porsche defending very, very well as well to keep Jules Neal behind him as well. Neal looking more than a little bit frustrated. Beltrami, I think the entire race has never been more than about 3/10 behind Bissan as well. It's insane how closely the two have been able to run together. Adamu is back within 6/10 as well. As into the pits comes, that must be Eric Nonimaka then, making his first stop then. So those that were holding out for the rain, they're going to try and run as long as possible, but Nonimaka has decided, enough of this, I'm going to put some fresh tyres on. Especially because the virtual energy is running so low for a lot of these drivers now. Like De Rezo is surely coming in soon as well on 3%.
Yeah, so this is the moment where most of those fuel tanks will run out of fuel. And of course, once you hit 0 on that virtual energy, you might still have some gas in the tank, but you will get a drive-through or might even a stop-and-go penalty, I think.
100 seconds, I believe it is.
Yeah, there we go. Penalty. So a very, very hefty penalty indeed. So you don't want to have that. So we might see some drivers in a bit earlier than the others, and some drivers we saw have a bit more virtual energy in the tank, so they might be able to extend their stint just a little bit here, which might open up some more strategies later on in this race. It's of course the fun thing about endurance racing is those strategies working throughout and through each other. And
look at this!
There we go.
Bissan pits from the lead, so Beltrami has saved a little bit more virtual engine fuel and is going to go at least one more lap then. So crucial to see what Bissan's outlap is like here, and also how long his stop is. Does he choose to change tyres? In comes Bicatti, Perron, Peasant and Roth as well, along with De Rezo, as I predicted.
Yep, so Beltrami, Adamo, Barzenk managing to clear another lap. Verdelli also continuing, and the Campo now P5 also continuing. It should be interesting to see if all these cars going in this lap. I think there might be 1 or 2 of them who are able to extend even one more lap as well. So this might be the moment for Barzenk to, I'm not really sure if he has to come in, but to gain some time on the cars that he was just behind them.
Fidele is definitely coming in.
Yeah, Fidele is coming in, I think.
De Campo, I think, might do another lap. I think especially when he didn't make a great start, he started immediately saving a lot of virtual energy. So, yeah, the Valkyrie there playing it a bit more conservative, but he is, of course, a little bit further back from the leaders.
Yeah, Beltrami, Adamo, Barzenk are on an identical strategy there, so I think they'll all be coming in this lap.
Kolosov is the first to pit of the GT3s, unsurprisingly, given how many sets of tyres he used in qualifying.
Yeah, so he won't be able to change those, of course. Or, well, he could very well be, but it won't be as much of a help to those cars who have a fresh set of mediums underneath. Meanwhile, Bissan is out on track.
Long stop for Bissan. He's come out behind Bicatti and Perron.
So I think he has taken new tires indeed. Yeah. But interesting how that works out, of course.
It's a bit very of a lurid slide. Maybe just saying hello to Michel Rodriguez there. I said he was a popular guy, and in come! Oh, the 2 Lees Adamu enters the pit entry sideways there, just about makes the pit limiter. But it was a good thing that Beltrami wasn't looking in the rear view mirrors, because he would have had a nasty shock there.
That's scared me quite a bit. I thought for sure he was going to hit the wall there and crash out, but I think he made it just about. Yeah, that's one way to get into the pit lane. That's for sure. But
it was a risk. braking
Yeah.
and turning at the same time, and I would argue an unnecessary one from Francesco Adami, but that shows you just how hard he's been pushing, as we see. Oh, I think Nonamaka was the first in the pits. He's back in the pits again. It looks like it's terminal. So Nonamaka and Nachikidashvili both return from the race, and Barzenk gets up first ahead of the two Tatum Esports cars. So he's jumped Adamu, jumped Beltrami. Where is he going to come out relative to Basan? You would think ahead. So he's surely going to come out roundabout where Colombo and Beccaria are.
Yeah, so this might be Barzenk opting to go on a double stint with the tires that he's running right now, and getting track position and staying out ahead of the other Tatum Esports cars and trying to close the gap on the other guys. I think actually he's leading now. He's in the net lead because Colombo and De Campo are yet to make a pit stop. So he is in the net lead now. So this is the moment for him to create that gap that he's been wanting to create for so long. He's been stuck there for almost an hour at this point. So this is the moment for him to get to put the metal to the what's he saying?
Metal to the pedal.
There we go. Yes.
There we go.
Pedal
Look
to
at
the
this,
metal.
Bacatti trying to make a move here. He's got Perron and Adamu right in front of him there. He's going up the inside of Perron into Stowe. He's going to try and make a double move here. Is Filippo Bacatti here? He's been threatening to this for one. Oh, sideswiped by Adamu, and he's heading straight for the gravel at Vale there. And oh dear, I think Bacatti's going to feel very hard done by that.
Yeah, that was not great defensive driving there. I think that was a bit aggressive from Adamu. Yeah, so he is here on the outside, and yeah, he just closes the door
Adamu's going to
on
argue
him.
he didn't see him, but I think he should have known he was there.
You have a spotter in this game, or at least a radar. You should have known that he was there. I think so. That's not great defensive driving by Adamu.
Well,
there.
especially considering he defended so well against Barzenk, and now he's very much put himself at a disadvantage. So now, Beltrami and Basan, Basan is now down in like P7, P8, having changed tyres then. So the order is well truly mixed up. De Campo still yet to pit and make his first stop then. So Barzenk should at the present moment be holding the net lead. Then it will be Colombo's also not pit yet, I don't think, or he's on 31%. So he does have a surprising amount of virtual energy there. So that could be another thing that plays into the hands of Barzenk, because Beltrami and Adami might actually have to pass him on track rather than waiting for him to pit. And you can see in GD3, Kainzel now pits from the lead. Bauer, of course, has gotten up to P2, surprisingly. And Bolger, Gurin, looks like they're all heading for the pits as well then. So it's a Porsche Central in the pit lane.
I think Colombo might have had a pit stop earlier on when he made contact with one of the Valkyries.
Oh, that's true.
Might explain him.
So he's had a bit of an undercut then.
Yeah, I think so. So it's still a great drive by him. But
briefly back into second, despite having game freeze on him. So
Leading.
There's still a chance he could get some good points out of this, De Bruyne.
Yeah. He's even leading right now, but it's because his pit box is in front of the rest of the grid. So now Osborne coming through. He is not making his pit stop this time around, so he's now leading this race for just a little while.
Ooh, a home hero leading the race. Good on you, Kelsey Osborne.
Take a quick screenshot and print it out. And then, I think that's a thing that Williams did at some point when they were way back down the order in F1, and then we were leading for one lap, and then they actually took a screenshot of that.
That's true. To be fair, they're probably not going to understand that as a team owner in sim racing. But anyway, there goes Barzenk then. He's about to take the lead for the first time as De Campo stationary in the pits and has to concede. Colombo is going to come through now as well to go up to second. There is De Bueno rejoining the fray behind Rodriguez. And just enough space left there for Matthias Barzenk to negotiate the GD3 traffic up the inside of the fifth place Porsche 992. That's not Lindsay, is it? It must be somebody else. Yeah, they're some of the back markers there that were ahead of Rodriguez.
I think so. I'm not really sure.
Must be old standings from before the pit stops.
Yeah. So it's Barzenk has actually gone for a short fuel, so that might explain it. He's on 50%. So he has chosen to do his splash and dash that all of these drivers have had to do at some point. He has chosen to do that now. He's on 50% lower fuel, so he's trying to extend that gap a little bit to the cars behind. And Beltram Adamu and Fidele all on 85%. But it's an interesting call by Barzank. It's going off strategy here compared to the rest of the grid.
Well, he has also not changed tyres, so he's factored in that he's going for a shorter stint here, hasn't he, Sean? So
yeah,
if he can clear this duty-free traffic fairly quickly without being held up, then he'll have lots of clear air, which is not necessarily the case for either Beltrami Adamu and certainly not for Bassan, who has fought his way past Fidele back into 6th, of course, but he's less than 2 seconds behind Perron. So Bassan now, in theory, is going to come back into his hands a bit later on when others have to make longer pit stops themselves. As you can see here, Kolosov starting to hold up Julian Gurin, who's finally got in a position to sort of fight back for the top 6 again as they let Colombo through. Yeah, Gurin, it's certainly not going to plan his way just yet, but he is still very much in the mix.
Yeah, same can be said for Kolosov, who's now in P5 in the Lamborghini. He's pretty much been dropping back all race. Now he has to defend from that same Grudin, who's looking to have a bit more pace in the 23 Porsche.
We're not talking about Arthur Rontard too much, by the way. He is now leading by less than 2 seconds from Keinzel, and I'm not sure if that's because Rontard, similar to Colombo, has made an early stop and sort of undercut his way. He has, there we go. As you can see, there's Barzank, the two class leaders, about to negotiate one another relatively cleanly as Rontard flashes the lights, knowing that he's on a bit of an alternate strategy. It's really Keinzel that's very much going to assume the net lead here, you would assume, because surely Rontard has not got anywhere near as much fuel in the tank at this point.
Yeah, I think he made an earlier pit stop, same as Colombo indeed, so he made up some places there, but he will drop back later on when his second pit stop is to be made. So I think most of these cars are to make either one or maybe 2 more pit stops, depending on how much they feel safe come the rest of this race. There's still an hour and 41 minutes to go. We're only an hour in of this race. It's flown by so far.
Here comes Pezin.
Yeah, there we go.
So
Valkyrie.
Fidele has jumped his way back past Pezin in the pits, and now Pezin is starting to fight back here as they negotiate the traffic. You can see Fidele, after having a bit of issues early in the race, especially getting a bit too close to comfort with Colombo. That's put him off ever so slightly. It's Kolosov and Gurin, I think, are going side by side. It's Kolosov in the Lamborghini on the inside. Gurin trying to go around the outside and has to back out of that one, but will he be able to get a nice line to counter-attack as they go towards down the start-finish straight towards Kopp's corner here?
Taking a bit of a wider line, trying to maximize his exit towards Kopp's, but I think it's a bit too far back here to go for a move on the Lamborghini. But Kolosov really not looking happy out there, and Guerin is just putting pressure on him more and more. And well, I'll see how much more speed he can carry through Kopp's there. So this might be the move for him on the inside.
He's backing out
to Maggots. Yeah.
That damage has really hurt Kolosov there, because he just did not have any confidence through Kopp's corner there. Still pretty close to Guerin, but that should be a net P4 now for Julian Guerin once Rontard comes into the pits then. So he's only a second and a half off the podium, so it really shows even if you have a tricky start to the race, you have a little incident that doesn't go your way, if you stick with it, you can still get a brilliant result out of it in a long endurance race like this one. And we've still got over an hour and a half left to go then, as we cut back to Matteo Bassan fighting for 5th place with Nathan Perron's Alpine here. You would think on the fresh tyres that Bassan has got here that Perron is not going to be able to hold on for too long, but if McLarens appear at exactly the wrong moment like that, he might be able to hold on for a lap or 2 longer than Bassan would really like.
Yeah, Bassan is looking very desperate there, making a huge dive bomb on the McLaren that we saw there. But he made it work somehow. Almost got off track there as well, but he's really hoping to put some pressure on Nathan Perron here in the Alpine, getting this move done as quickly as he can.
And Adamu, 6 seconds there. So
yeah,
that really
exactly.
shows you it's so crucial he doesn't get stuck behind this car and just lose even more time, because that could allow Beltrami and Adamu to effectively overcut him in terms of the way the strategy fans out here.
Well, the same can be said for Barzank and Colombo. That's almost 10 seconds at this point. I think it was about 6 earlier on. So Barzank really clearing Mohamed Colombo here. 10 seconds now. And this is really working in the favor of Mateusz Barzank as well as Adamu here, with Nathan Perron behind him in the Alpine. Those Alpines are not looking all that quick here at the moment.
Yeah, and is that Fidele in the background closing on them in P7? It is. There we go. So you can tell the Alpine is really backing Bazan up here. So this is critical for his race. This is sort of a do or die situation here. He's got to find a way through that Alpine. Otherwise, he'll get swallowed up by the Valkyries, who themselves have suddenly come a bit more alive in this phase of the race. Maybe it's switching to fresh tyres. Going more into quality trim.
Now, of course, we can really see the strategy that they're going as the Bazan trying to take a look on the inside side, but he chooses to back out for now. Climbing over the curbs there, but the Valkyrie is indeed coming to life just a little bit, but it might also just be that the Alpine is get slow here. He's really struggling and keeping Bazan turning him into the train pretty much, as the Valkyries are closing the gaps just a little bit and making this a four-way fight. But I think Bazan is pretty much in the same boat as Barsing was earlier on. He needs to get by as quickly as he can, but the Alpine is just a bit too wide here.
Oh, forcing him to get defensive.
Yeah.
And he's got the line for entry. They're going to leave each other enough room just about. So Perron's still got a decent exit. Has been able to hold on to the position as they go into Brooklands. The Alpine has got the lights on full blast here, but it is Bazan with the fresher tyres. He's got the inside now stuck on the outside. For Lovefield, he's going to have to go the longest of long way rounds to make this corner. Here we go, all over the curb. Goes the Cadillac Tatum Esports machine, and Bazan is going to have to be bold and brave to make it through here, and Perron shuts the door very, very firmly, and Bazan, the tension building here. They're now 10 seconds behind Adami.
Yeah, this is really not working well for Matteo Bazan. With a great defensive drive by Nathan Perron, he remains in P5, and Bazan really just putting his teeth in the steering wheel, wants to get by as quickly as he can with the two Valkyries breathing down his neck. And
yeah, exactly. He may have his teeth in his steering wheel, but Fidele is about to put his teeth into him if he's not careful. It looks like the windscreen wipers have finally been switched on, so we do have rain at Silverstone Circuit, ladies and gentlemen. So this is going to make the next few minutes really fascinating. Those who've just pit may have to come in again. If you're Colombo gambling on this shower, all your Christmas prayers may have come, well, a bit late, but they have been answered. And same for Arthur Rontard as well.
Yeah, this could work wonders for Mohamed Colombo, who's in 14%. So I think about 3 or 4 laps. If this rain continues to fall and increases in strength, this might work very well for him. And he might be able to just pull on a full pit stop there, put on the wet weather tires, and remain in P2 or somewhere close. This could be a very good strategy from him. Same as Barsang, of course, on that lower percentage. So it's throwing a spanner in the works here for those guys, with the weather now coming in finally here in Silverstone.
Yeah, and it's absolutely nightmare scenario for Bazan, isn't it? Because not only is he still stuck behind that Alpine of Nathan Perron, but now they might all have to pit in anyway, and if he pits in behind the Alpine, he'll have to pass it in the wet as well. So he's gone from leading the race fairly comfortably. Well, I say comfortably, but Trump was all over the back of him like a cheap suit. But he looked very much in control, and now it's completely gone out of control here.
He is not a happy camper. That's for sure. He is very frustrated behind the wheel. You can see him trying every single thing to force Perron in a mistake there. But the Alpine is just a bit too wide here to get the move done. This might be an opportunity, though. It's a good exit from Bazan, 2 tenths back. But the straight line speed of the Alpine is very high there. Bazan maybe running a bit more rear wing there, predicting the weather later on. So just lacking the top speed to get the move. Maybe here on the inside, though. He's taking a look. He might go for it. There we go.
Into Vale, side by side they go. He's going to try and run the Alpine out of road. He's on the outside here. Again, it's the long way round. Bazan likes to do it the hard way, but he makes it work. He's through into 5th position. A fantastic move. And now it looks like Fidele fancies a piece of the Alpine as well. He wants to swiftly replicate what he's just seen Matteo Bazan do.
That was a great move by Matteo Bazan. Is now up into P5 again, and Fidele really looking comfortable in the Valkyrie. He is hunting down on the inside now of Perron, and he makes it stick for now, still side by side. Onto the Wellington straight, and stuck in behind. And
that compromised Fidele's exit as well. That was the problem there, as they're swerving around. Actually, Perron gets great exit straight line speed then as they go towards Brooklands, and you see Passan having to defend a little bit, going very deep on the brakes. That puts the Alpine almost on the outside again, and there could be a small gap up the inside for Fidele to put the Valkyrie. They're all really struggling as the rain is starting to come down and get heavier here. It may only be a few drops here and there, but it is really starting to build the tension here. Keep your eyes, by the way, on Columbo's gap to Beltrami, about 2 seconds behind him, as well as Rontard. Keeping Keinzel behind him on the lower fuel. Rontard is actually pulled nearly 3 seconds clear of him now.
Yeah, it's one thing to stay out there on slicks on a wet track on your own, but it's a whole other thing to do so while you're battling 3 other cars around you. And it's just very impressive stuff by all these guys to keep it clean for now. And the gaps that you were mentioning,
Fidele.
really stabilizing at the moment. Fidele here now taking a look on Nathan Perron. Better exit. Just a small peek on the inside. He's not going for it just now. Might be looking for a better exit here through the long left-hander. It is a good exit, but the Valkyrie behind him is also taking a look, and they're just staying behind for now, not wanting to take any risks with the increasingly more slippery track here. And I'm really trying to figure out if there's already like a wet line forming, if they might be coming in sometime soon for wet weather tires. But so far it seems like they're able to keep those tires up to temperature just about enough to keep it going.
What's happened here? Matrese has started to gain a few more positions here. He's gone from 16th in the early phase of the race to 12th, right behind Michel Rodriguez, who's just been passed, I believe, in recent history by that Matteo De Buono, I think, is just ahead of them in the Lamborghini. You can see Jules Neal right behind Matrese as well. So all of our big names fighting over the last few points positions as Barzang just gets held up by Matrese there. So, yeah, even with the lead that Barzang has pulled out on our second place Alpine, he is really sort of dicing sort of in these wet conditions, sort of taking loads of risks to pass the GT3s quickly.
Yeah, according to the chat, it's still only drizzling at the moment, so not really any heavy rain so far. So this might be, if it stays this way, it might be bad news for both Rontar and Colombo in this race. As you take a look at the standings halfway through this race, it's Rontar, as you were saying, leading LM GT3 on an alternative strategy, followed by Clemens Keinzel in P2. It's Kevin Bauer in P3 with Punchy P4, Guerin P5, Kolosov, our pole sitter, not too happy out there in P6 currently in the Lamborghini after using multiple tire sets in qualifying. Jack Bolger, the British driver, in P7, followed by Zoranovic in P8, Lepro in P9, and Matteo De Buono after a game freeze earlier on in P10. Jacob Materesi, quite disappointing, but really is in P11. Same for Michel Rodriguez in P12.
He's just got past Rodriguez.
He did, so Rodriguez is now in P12 then with Jules Neal behind. And same for Rieu, Rapin, Osborne, Galetti and Olivier all the way down the grid. So quite a lot of big names there in the bottom half of LM GT3. So it will be a bit disappointing for them. As on screen, here's Matteo De Buono there in the purple and blue Lamborghini. You see the number 3 placed Hypercar coming through as well.
Definitely feel like that Mustang has been set up for these sort of mixed or wet conditions here, because he suddenly does seem so much more confident. He breezed around Rodriguez like he wasn't even there, and he's threatening now to do the same to poor Matteo De Buono, for whom very little in this race seems to have gone his way since that screen freeze, isn't it? He's just been up against it. Now he's only just worked his way back into the final points paying position. He's about to see it slip between his fingers here, because Matrese is all over him here in that Ford Mustang here. So the GT3's squabbling away for every point they can get here. Matrese tries to focus on his exit. Rodriguez starting to get defensive against Jules Neal in the background there. As you can see, I think that's Adami coming through to lap them all. And there is Jack Bolger. No, it's Kolosov, sorry, that's behind Jack Bolger. So Bolger makes a move into Stowe. Let's see a replay of that one, Stevie.
Yep, Bolger in the black Porsche here behind the Lamborghini. And it's a good move down the inside of Stowe. And he just makes it stick on the inside. Great move by the British driver. He moves him up to P6. Being overtaken by the number 4 and 5 placed Hypercars, I think. Kolosov, his race is going from bad to worse here in the rain in Silverstone. The rain might save him later on, but he has a lot of work to do in this race.
So Beltrami's right behind Colombo now. in this particular part of the race. There they are, and Colombo not getting a great exit from Aintree as they negotiate the McLaren 720S then. And Beltrame, of course, so crucial in his fight against Barzink here that he doesn't suffer the same fate that Bassan did and get held up by someone that's not quite got the same pace that he is capable of here. But again, it's another Alpine that's just blocking the way, and in comes Colombo. He could not get the virtual energy or fuel to last a lap longer, so he's got to come in. Now, does he go for the wets and gamble it? Because it is still drizzling, but it's not really heavy enough to justify the switch to wets, unless he can maybe predict the future of a weather forecast, for instance, that's going to tell him it's going to get heavier from here.
I don't think he'll be going for the wets, to be honest. It's just looking too dry out there. So I think he'll remain on the same mediums that he has right now, and save about 12 seconds of those tire changes for the wet stop that will potentially come later on. But right now it's just looking way too dry out there, with just the drizzling going on. Colombo down to P11 at the moment.
Tracy passed De Bruyne as well for P10 in GD3. And Neil is really lining up Michel Rodriguez here for P12 then. Can the Super Swede do anything to hold back the Frenchman, who's played a very, very long game in this race? It's a very long stop, as you say, for Colombo. Up the inside into Stowe comes Jules Neal. The McLarens go side by side. The 28 up the inside of the 46, and Jules Neal is going to have to completely move the Valkyrie, makes him go 3 wide. Rodriguez has got the inside for Vale, but it is Neal that goes all clean around the outside into Club, and he has got that 12th position there. So well judged by Jules Neal.
Yeah, good move. Once again, a move in Club. It's really a popular overtaking spot this race. So a lot of great overtaking
popular contact
moves
spot
are
as
there.
well, it must be said. A little bit of brushing and bruising. Certainly bad memories for poor De Bruyne as well.
That is very true. Yeah. But it's a it's a spot on this track that's provided a lot of overtaking action so far. So a lot of clean racing so far, which is always good to see, and plenty of overtakes in Club. As we see Guerin now ahead of Jack Bolger, and just about behind Penci as well. So Guerin has also just switched his car on in these slippery conditions, and he's lining up a move for P4 potentially sometime soon. As we see multiple hypercars making their way through. I think that's Perron out there, followed by Fideli, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and Peasant as well, I think, isn't far behind either. So yeah, because Bassan has cleared them into 4th position, but he's 12 seconds behind Adamu then. So that really shows you, because he's only about 5 or 6 seconds behind after the pit stop. So that's nearly double that stint. That shows you how well Perron was defending. And in fact, he's still within about 6/10 of Bassan. I think it's been held up a little bit by some of the hypercar traffic here, or maybe it's just the sheer straight line speed of the Alpine here. It seems to be an absolute rocket ship here, which is why the Valkyrie itself has a bit of a reputation of being quick in a straight line with a massive V12 in the back. Cannot make much of an impression on him.
Yeah, you can see Bassan right there ahead of the black Alpine. Like I was saying, the Valkyrie usually is a bit of a rocket ship out there, and it's looking quite competitive at the moment. Of course, Silverstone is a bit of a high-speed track, but even with the high-speed corners, the Valkyrie is holding up quite nicely with the rest of the field, making the way through the GT3 traffic once again. And that's Bassan going a bit defensive on Perron, who's just taking a look around the outside. So Bassan not really comfortable right now in that P4 with these two right behind him.
Yeah, he's losing time to Adamu, if anything.
Yeah, he is.
And Beltrame, even with the clear A, he's not made too much of an impression on Barzink. The gap 12 seconds at the moment here, so Barzink is looking in a pretty promising position, and here comes Perron again. He's given half a chance up the inside into
sliding there.
Little bit of contact as the grip continues to decrease lap by lap at Silverstone. So they're desperately trying to keep temperature in these tyres, and you can tell the rain ever so slightly starting to get a bit worse here.
Yeah, you could see Bassan sliding into the corner, so the rain is starting to affect the track grip just a little bit. And as long as you can keep your tires up to temperature, you're pretty much safe. But sliding there as well for the Alpine. But as soon as you lose those temperatures, then you're pretty much on ice. And that is the tricky part of this race. So
battle going on. I think Bolger, Panchi, and Gurin, I think, having a big fight over P4 here. And Gurin has lost out and dropped to P6 then, coming out of left field. So excellent stuff from the home driver, Jack Bolger, up to P4 in his Porsche.
Yeah, we missed the move, but it's a great race by him so far. He started all the way down in P8 or 9, I think, but he is up to P4 now in his Porsche, also coming to life in these mixed conditions. The Porsches really seemingly to be working in these slippery conditions, with the Peugeot coming through as well. And Penske now down in P5. It's still Rontar leading the GT3 field, surprisingly.
I was going to ask about Rontar, because he's really extending this stint. If he can run long enough, could he sort of do one more stop and get to the end maybe? Because that might keep him in the frame here, even if nobody thinks it's wet enough to pit for wets, essentially.
I think he might just about be a little short. I'm not really sure how much virtual energy he has left.
Well, if they're going slower in the rain, there's always a chance he might risk it.
If it starts to rain, he might be able to do it, but then it'll have to start raining a bit more and have to go to wets. So
I think Arthur Rontar spent the last half hour doing a bit of a rain harder dance.
That's probably it, yeah. There we have him in the McLaren number 70. But it's a great driver by Rontar. Out of nowhere, pretty much. He has been leading this race for quite a while now. So I'm not really sure how much virtual energy he has left. But if it's enough, then he might be able to make it with one more stop. And that could very well put him into contention for the win here.
Yeah, quite potentially. It's been very, very impressive that he's held off Keinsel so convincingly here. Clemens Keinsel, who seemed to be running away with the race in the first stint, and Rontar has played it smarter, had to pit early on and undercut his way back through, but he's held on to that position, and now he's heading for the pits then. So 1 hour 22 minutes left to go. It looks like he could not have gone one lap longer, so he's been forced into that decision, as we now see Perron, Besson, Fidele and Peasant, the four of them completely inseparable here, and the two Valkyries arriving at the back of the Alpine as one, as in come all of our leaders in GT3. So Keinsel, Bauer, Bolger, it looks like they're all going to wets. So the GT3s have had to make the call first. That's
a surprising move, to be honest. I was expecting Keinsel to... If this is just for wets, then that's no surprise there. But if it's just for fuel, then it's very surprising, to be honest. I was expecting Keinsel to last later.
Here comes Fidele up the inside. A little bit of contact. Fidele's round. He's heading for the pit wall. Oh, just avoided it. Well set. No. Okay.
Oh.
And the rear wing is gone. So I think Fidele, for the second time in this race, has been made contact, this time with the wall rather than
he almost pulled a Vettel at Hungary in 2014, I think. But
unlucky the way it bounced off there.
And a bit weird. I think it just slipped away pretty much, but that's a shame. I think that's this race pretty much done right there. And let's say not a way he would have wanted. All those GT3s going for wets indeed, so they think it is wet enough
Keinsel has got out
there.
First.
Yeah,
so Rontar had to put more fuel in to get to the end, whereas Keinsel had that flexibility. He is coming in the lead ahead of Bauer, Bolger, the net lead. I guess Kolosov has actually stayed out on the mediums, so Kolosov, Zoranovic and Rodriguez are all gambling that it dries out quite quickly.
Nathan Perron still out there on hards even, as he's overtaken.
Besson in trouble.
I think he's in trouble, or in the pit lane, but I think he's in trouble. He's in the pit lane. There we go. Yeah.
So he's Matteo Besson has decided to roll the dice and maybe go for wets here, as he sees a Mercedes coming right in front of him.
Oh, that's not what you want to see. But I think he'll be going. Fabian Roth also going for wets.
Yeah. There we go. So he's not the only one gambling. Now is the time. There was always going to be this switch moment where it suddenly became too much, and the dam quite literally broke at Silverstone circuit. Everybody going for the wet tyres. There are a couple still gambling. You see a bit of squabbling behind between two of the GT3s. That looks like Ruben Roux going too deep on the brakes, and Giacomo Matrese goes straight back through in his Mustang.
Good move. Well, all of this plays hugely in the favor of Mateusz Barzank, who is still leading, and he is now able to just make his pit stop, fill up the car, and potentially maybe exactly. So he might potentially remain in P1 there.
Roux making contact with Matrese at the braking zone there, so not quite leaving enough space, but luckily Matrese got through anyway, so I don't think he'll be too upset with that one, as we see Columba having to pit again, frustratingly for him. Farinelli and Fidele joining him too. With the rear wing missing, of course.
I think that will be a long pit stop for Fidele.
And here comes Barzank from the lead.
Yeah, in he comes.
So critical. He's been able to jump the rest of Tatum Esports with the exception of Besson, who of course is seconds down the road.
I think Beltram stays out. No, there he is. Yeah, he is in the pit lane as well. And Adamu, we'll see him in shortly, potentially as well.
Barzank has come into the pit.
There we have him.
Barzank has come into the pit box right behind Fidele's repaired car. So Fidele's still going to be there when he gets out. It's released.
Yeah, so luckily in LMU it doesn't really cost you any more time to put your car straight compared to real life. Then it does cost you a bit more time, so he'll be able to just drive away. Luckily, there is the Valkyrie leaving. With
Oh
a
no,
new
it
rear
does
wing.
get repaired. Full credit to the Valkyrie mechanics then, because they clearly worked
great
quicker
job.
than I expected. And now there's another Valkyrie if Pezin arrives just in front of him, so he has to get rotated anyway. And there we go, Barzenk is released, and coming out just behind him, it looks like Beltrami.
Yeah, so Barzenk is in the lead ahead of Beltrami after fighting for pretty much the whole race. He's been behind him all race, but now on equal machinery, equal tires, and equal fuel, I would imagine this is just a straight fight till the end on strategy. And this is going to be all or nothing for both of them.
Fascinating finish to this race then, in prospect for the final hour. Beltrami, who's run in the early stint, was running second right behind Bassan. Bassan had the longest stop to change tyres, ended up stuck in traffic, which cost him a lot of time. There is Bassan, hoping that pitting to wets a lap earlier has given him a bit of an undercut. He's ahead of De Campo at least, but he is 23 seconds I think behind, or about 20 seconds behind Adami then, so he's really lost out in this phase.
He's 24 seconds behind Barzenk, so he's about 15 seconds behind Adami. There we go. So this is the interval. So Bassan has lost out massively there on the strategy and the traffic that you were saying. He was leading this race earlier on, but Barzenk now 6/10 ahead of Beltrami. Finally, he has some clean air ahead of him. Now this is the chance for him to drive away. And Bassan's just seeing his potential race victory slipping away down in P4 now. That's not what he would have hoped for.
Yeah, certainly this battle for the lead between Barzenk and Beltrami. Beltrami has won once before at Imola last season, whereas Barzenk, his best result was third at Spa at the end of the last season. So you'd think Beltrami has got that experience under his belt, although Barzenk was very impressive in the silver split last season and moved up to gold right at the end of the season. So yeah, in his first full gold split season, Barzenk has got a brilliant opportunity to win in his sort of first proper race as a essentially as a what's the word I'm looking for?
Gold driver.
I was thinking of the team name that he drove for. It's Renova, isn't it? Yeah, Renova competition. There we go. So let's recap the Hypercar order. Barzenk leading Marco Beltrami by 0.6 of a second. Francesco Adami 8 seconds adrift in third. Mattia Bassan 23 seconds off the lead in fourth position. Then it's the two Aston Martin Valkyries of Mattia De Campo and Francesco Pezin. Nathan Perron in the Alpine defended brilliantly. He is in seventh. Fabian Roth was the first to switch to wets. He has gotten up to eighth. Filippo Beccati has fallen to ninth. And Michele De Rezzo's had all sorts of adventures. He is just in the final points position in the top 10. Maverick Colombo is in P11 ahead of Daniele Farinelli. Antonio Fedeli having pit for a new rear wing is 13th, but sadly no longer in the race are Eric Nonamaka and David Naskidashvili. So then we cut back to our lead fight then, and Barzenk will be feeling huge pressure as they all get held up by the duty free. There's a spin Porsche in front of them, and that's the French guy, isn't it? It's the guy with the double barrel.
Yeah.
Rupin Roux, who just came in fighting with Matrese again, and he's again made contact, hasn't he? Tried to break from a little bit too far back up the inside. Barzenk's right behind him. Barzenk hits the back of him. Oh! And then it's a collision with the number 4 Mercedes as well. And that's Rapin, isn't it? That's just had nowhere to go. And Rupin Roux's out. He's gone straight off at turn 1.
Yeah, that's his race done and dusted. Unfortunately, let's take a look at the replay. I think he just might have lost it. Yeah. Oh.
Very damaged car, I think.
No rear end, damaged car, and just hitting the barrier probably. Yeah. Suspension damage, and that's his race done and dusted.
The question is, how much damage is Barzenk taking out of all that? Because that's going to put him at a serious disadvantage against Beltrami at the front end. Took a bit of a whack there.
It doesn't look like too much damage from this view. It's hard to tell, but he might have had a hit there on the. Well, I'm just hearing that the front of the car is supposed to be white, and now it's black.
So he's got the paintbrush out mid-race. Or maybe the rain has washed it away. Yeah, it is damaged. You can tell from the this angle, it looks fine. And then when it closes in, there's been a little bit of, at the very least, cosmetic damage. And possibly that's going to affect some of the aero then. So Barzenk now had a tough job to keep Beltrami behind him for the next hour. It's going to be even tougher now. So he has got to drive absolutely out of his skin if he wants to hold on to victory. Meanwhile, Keitzel, with the rain is actually sort of played into his hands a bit, because now he's got a 6-second buffer to Bauer, who's himself driven very, very well to get up into P2. Jack Bolger in his home race is P3. Julian Gurin, second and a half behind, and then Panchi still within touching distance of Gurin then. So yeah, GD3 has seen another mix-up, but it's Keitzel that's consistently put himself in the best position here.
Keitzel has been very well performing all race. He was leading earlier on, and then who was it? I forget the name. Who was leading for a bit? Rontar, of course. He was
Arthur
leading.
Rontar,
yeah, he was leading because it was of an off strategy. But Keitzel's just been phenomenal all race, and now he's leading by almost 7 seconds there in LMGT3.
Rontar P6.
Rontar is P6, yeah. So great drive by him as well.
Yeah, considering he was outside the top 10 before he made that decision. So it's worked out. You can't really argue against staying out that long.
It's certainly working wonders for Rontar. And I'm looking at Kolosov and De Bueno. They're close to one another once again, only this time at P8 and P9. And Neil in P10 behind those guys as well. So in another world, those three will be fighting for the lead, but unfortunately today they're fighting for the lower points paying positions here at Silverstone. So we are on board with Matteo De Campo, the first of the Valkyries. He's behind Matteo Bassan once again, who goes very wide. That's more of the wet line, of course, going there, but De Campo choosing for a bit of a narrower line on the inside now.
Ooh. Not sure where he was heading there. Almost decided to go straight on and then sweep across in front of the factory. Maybe just trying to maximize the exit there, but certainly unusual. Yeah, so Bassan is a little bit offline, cuts to the apex, and sort of like, oh, maybe just missed the turning point. It was always just going for the longer line. That felt like a qualifying line when you're beginning a lap to try and get the best exit down the start-finish straight.
Well, in the wet, it should be a bit more grip on the outside with the.
Over
so
the
I
curb.
think he might be going
goes
there.
Bassan.
Yeah.
Kills De Campo.
He's struggling there.
Wasn't it? I seem to remember it was De Campo that beat Bassan to victory in that fuel-saving race at Sebring last season fantastically. So now
I think you may be right, yeah.
The shoe is on the other foot, essentially. It's Bassan trying to keep De Campo at bay, although Bassan will be kicking himself for picking the wrong strategy, essentially, in this race, which has put him in this position about 16 seconds off of the front runners.
Well, you were very right. It was De Campo last season taking the win, and Sebring his only win and podium of the season, with Bassan in second place. So Bassan has a bit of how do you say that? A grudge to De Campo, I can imagine. So he wants to do everything he can to keep him behind. However, they are losing big time compared to the guys ahead. Adam was almost 17 seconds ahead. It used to be about 15, so they're losing quite a bit of time. Barzenk also extending his lead to Beltram, now 1.5 seconds, and Adam 5.5 seconds behind Beltram there. So Bassan really not looking happy there in the Cadillac. He might have chosen for a dry setup.
He's certainly not looking happy because De Campo briefly got past him there. As we see Perron and Pezin sliding around. De Campo's really been held up here because here comes Pezin. It's going to be two Aston Martins and an Alpine arriving at the same time into Brooklands. De Campo just holds on. Around the outside comes Nathan Perron. That's bold. And he slots his way into P6 as they enter Luffield. Fantastic. It's not finished quite yet. As you can see, Pezin desperately trying to get his own back. And Perron might now be lining up De Campo here.
That Alpine working wonders in the wet. Great move on De Campo. And now Perron just ahead in the other Valkyrie. Other way around. Perron in the Alpine now lining up a move on De Campo ahead in the Valkyrie. The Alpine really showing some great pace in these conditions. As we see in GT3 there. Working in favor of, I think so, yeah. He's working in the favor of De Campo and creating a bit of a gap behind. That means that Pezin is now... Oh, there we go. I got confused about the Valkyrie. So Pezin is still behind Perron in the Alpine. And it's looking very competitive, that Alpine in the wet. Shame that Colombo, he was up there earlier on, had to make that earlier pit stop, so he's way down the field. Otherwise, he might have been able to capitalize on this as well. Jules Neal, we are seeing now as we. Oh, Colombo is actually out of the race as well, so he is DNF'd, unfortunately.
That car, he was very marginal on corner cuts, wasn't he? And he had a bit of damage. So not surprising, bit disappointing though, considering he was briefly running P2 for a little chunk of the race. But there was a good fight there between, we just see it in the background here, Neil versus our Russian friend, isn't it? Our Serbian friend, isn't it? Zoranovic in the pinky purple Huracan, fighting over the final points paying position there. So good to see Jules Neal in his never say die attitude, continuing to bear fruit then.
Oh, there's one off track.
Oh dear.
It's a Valkyrie off track.
It's Pezin, he's made another mistake then. And fallen down to P7. So let's see what happened here. He was... he just hit the inside of the man I was just literally talking about, Zoranovic.
Yeah.
So just misjudgment between the two. Difficult to pin the blame on either of them, especially in the spray. But now look at Perron all over the back of De Campo. And poor Matteo Passan is going to see Perron coming up in his rearview mirror. And he's like, not again, not this guy again. I stayed stuck behind him for like 5 or 6 laps earlier, and now he's coming for me.
You just can't lose him at all in here. It's just whenever you're looking at a French car, you can really get rid of them. That's Perron really is putting out a good performance here in these conditions. Very, very easy to lose the rear as there's a yellow flag out on track again. No surprise, to be honest, with these very tricky conditions. Let's see if we can see anyone dropping back. Not right now, as the flag has been cleared. De Campo really feeling the pressure there by the French car behind. Going defensive now into Stowe. 3 wide.
It's like the Alpine has another gear. Look how
it
far
does,
alongside he is now. He tries to go around the outside at Stowe. He's going to see the door shut in his face, but it's not quick enough. Around the outside goes the Alpine. Perron into P5. Fantastic move. He had so much confidence to pull that one off. Next target, Matteo Passan.
Yeah, I'm not going to count out Perron at all for a potential... Oh, that's number 70.
Arthur. It's Arthur.
It is. Rontar, yeah, we were mentioning him earlier. Leading the race briefly and has spun around.
Does he get tapped from the back by the number 18? Goes a little wide, gets a slow exit. I think there was a little bit of contact there.
Yeah.
And the number 18, that's Leproux, isn't it? Evan Leproux. So disappointing that's dropped Rontar down to 9th, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. So disappointing for him. Yeah, there we go, in P9. Overtaken by the purple Cadillac. So chaos all around.
Is closed back in on Barzenk in all of this. Only about half a second now in the fight for the lead. But De Campo trying to stick with the 2 leaders then. And there's the back end, ladies and gents. Pretend you didn't see that. But yeah, Beltrami very, very keen to take advantage of Barzenk tripping over some of the GD3s. Although in these conditions, very, very tricky to keep your nose clean, both physically and metaphorically. And look there, the Alpine of Perron really giving Passan a bit of a hard time as they go into cops there. So De Campo, he's just got to hope he can pick up the pieces if these two come to blows in front of him.
Yeah, Passan really not looking happy out there. I think his car is purely set up for the dry, and he gambled and he lost. He's lost 6 seconds already compared to Adamu. And now he's under pressure, losing pretty much, dropping out of the top 5 potentially later on. Meanwhile, these two, like we were mentioning, it's 7/10 of a second, 6/10 of a second between the two once again, between Beltram and Mateusz Barzenk. Potentially traffic playing a bit of a role there. I think they were just coming through when Rontar was spinning around. So potentially Barzenk having to lift off the throttle just a little bit and losing about a second there.
See,
but
here's my question.
Out ahead.
And far be it for me to question the wisdom of Tatum Restec, given that they've taken Fabio Griletto to multiple platinum split titles at this point, and have done pretty well in this gold split as well. But if Matteo Passan was set up for the dry, why not pull the big gap to Beltrami in the first stint? Why were they both backing off to extend the stint as long as they were? It would have made more sense for Passan to build a huge gap, have Adamu hold off everyone behind, and potentially he'd be a bit closer. He wouldn't have been held up by Perron in the first place then.
That is a good question. I'm not really sure what the answer to that is. Potentially their strategy is, we're just keeping strategy.
Maybe they're worried about
position as is. Yeah, but potentially. or well, there's just a rule for we're keeping position as long as we can, because we want to avoid anyone crashing out or infighting.
It wasn't
and losing more
guaranteed it would
places.
rain. It was 65% chance, but it wasn't guaranteed it would rain. And also, nobody had any idea when exactly it would start to get really heavy. So it could have gone away and then come back, or it could have briefly drizzled and then gone away entirely. So difficult to predict these sorts of things, even with the forecast that they have. But Beltrami really pushing to keep Barzenk in sight there. So Tatum Ristic still got a chance to win this one. They've only got an hour left now for Beltrami to find a way past Barzenk here. So it's Mateus versus Marco here, and it's going to get very fascinating in this final stint.
Yeah, it's well over halfway done this race. It's still plenty of action to come. I just want to quickly mention 2 messages we got in the chat from Luca and Mohamed, both DNFing in this race. Luca Robilleux, he crashed out, too much suspension damage, and he couldn't finish the race, so that's unfortunate for him. And Mohamed Colombo had a wheel disconnect, unfortunately, so he wasn't able to complete the race as well.
That's a huge shame for Colombo, because he was in P11 at the time. There was still a chance maybe to get the points, but certainly out of his hands. He's certainly not the only person that's had some bad luck in this race. It feels like everybody's had some sort of setback at some point or other. Look at this. Perron again, late on the brakes into Vale and Club, getting very close to the back of Bassan. Bassan twitching the rear end as he concentrates on lapping that number 73 Ferrari there. But you can tell he's really feeling the pressure from Perron. So Bassan, as you say, not having the confidence in these conditions, possibly because he's got the wrong setup for these conditions, and Perron is looking to take advantage. He's had an absolutely fantastic race, isn't Nathan Perron? Where was he on the grid? He qualified, I think, lower end of the top 10 at best, maybe 11th or 12th. And he's now challenging for P4.
Let me just look it up for you. I'll take a quick look at the qualifying results.
Well, I'll commentate on what I'm seeing on screen then, as we see
Perron was in... Let's see.
Oh, Bassan flashing his lights actually as they go down the Wellington Straight. Meanwhile, we cut back to Bassan's teammate Beltrami, continuing that number 69 to put pressure on Barzenk. Barzenk has been very, very impressive as well in this race so far, being able to hold on to the lead, not making too many big mistakes under pressure. And it's really only he's had to lap several back markers at once that things have gone slightly wrong. But even then, he's nursed the damage, taken it very much in his stride, and managed the gap convincingly here. But Beltrami, if he plays his cards right, he will have a chance to maybe mount a counter-attack here and get back into the lead. He's not been in the lead at any point in this race, I don't think, besides the pit stops. He's mainly just been second pretty much throughout, or net second anyway.
Yeah, so it was Nathan Perron who qualified in P8 earlier on.
There we go.
He made up some places, and like you're saying about Trami, he started second. He has been second behind Bassan pretty much all race, and now he's second again behind Barzenk. So he won't be too happy about that either, I can imagine. Also, Colombo then qualified in P9. So, never mind.
Barzenk
He's going a bit deep.
Yeah, locked up the brakes ever so slightly there, coming into the complex there as they get out onto Aintree. And that will give Beltrami just a little bit of hope that he can force that Cadillac in front of him into a mistake here. 2 equally matched cars, 2 fantastic drivers, both with the same initials, MB, in their name. But luckily you can tell both of them apart, of course, driving for different teams. There's help. As we cut back to Kevin Bowett, who is very, very... Ferraris have surprisingly been able to dominate here. Despite the Hurricanes locking out the front rows, the Ferraris that have really been the ones to have in GT3. The 296s first and second. I think Bolger in the Porsche and Gurin in another Porsche and Pansy in the McLaren are the next best competitors there. But yeah, Jared Bolger in his home event has been lapping pretty convincingly. Only about a second and a half behind Bowett here as well. So there's every chance he could sneak his way into the runners-up spot in this final hour. But you have to say Keitel, the Austrian, looking pretty indomitable at this phase with the 6.5 second gap he has to Bauer. As we look at Kolosov and De Bueno, these two are fighting for the lead in the first stint. Now they're fighting for P7.
Yeah, not a great race for both of them. And as you were saying, both of these guys in Lamborghinis and they're way down the order.
Especially bad for Kolosov because De Bueno, he's going up the inside into Farmer Abbey. Oh, a little bit of muscling
contact.
Yeah, there we go. Not quite enough space for De Bueno as Kolosov flashes the lights at his fellow Lamborghini, but the Italian is through. Mattia De Buono goes from, he was like 12th or 13th at one point. He's now back into the top 7 as we cut back to Nathan Perron, who's right behind Bassan. He's surely going to get a brilliant exit here. And look at Bassan flashing lights saying, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. He's going to do it. He's going to ignore it completely. And Bassan cuts him off as if to say, I told you not to do it.
It's almost taking candy from a baby, except the baby is fighting back really, really hard.
Who gave the baby a machine gun?
I don't think that's a good idea to give a baby.
An Alpine, maybe an Alpine sports car is the more appropriate thing that he's been given it.
No, but Perron is really putting under pressure on Matteo Bassan, and he's trying everything he can to remain ahead as we are now in the final hour of this race. The first hour and 40 minutes have flown by really here in Silverstone, and Perron is pulling under pressure then of the guy ahead who's been dropping back so massively. He was leading once. Oh, in the inside again! Bassan goes wide once again there, and just not enough space for Perron to put his nose in. Putting on the switchback move here potentially.
Even
just
with
a bit
mistake,
too far back.
Nathan Perron was just a little too far back to really cut up the inside there and make the complex successfully. So wisely deciding to sort of back out of that and just focus on the next couple of corners and setting up another exit. Again, great top speed coming into Brooklands there as he closes. It's really the slipstream where he gets gains, and then he's just got to slide around through the corners and hope that he makes it here. He's up the inside into
again.
left field. There's going to be a little contact between the two if they're not careful there. Bassan just filters through on the exit there and cuts the Alpine off. Again, Nathan Perron is absolutely fired up in that Alpine there. I don't think we've seen an Alpine perform this well in a long time in the Gold Split, or even in Platinum Split already. I think Jules Neal had a couple of good races at Spa in the Alpine where he got like 6th or 7th, but never seen them fight for the top 4 here. And Nathan Perron is really fighting against the odds here and really upsetting all of them.
It's a great drive by Nathan Perron. As we were mentioning, he started at P8 earlier on, and now he's fighting for P4. And he's showing quite some good pace, so he might even be able to challenge Bassan later on if he finally gets past. If he finally gets past Bassan here, but it's a long gap between the two, 23.5 seconds. I can't really help it, but the one and only image I have of Alpines in my head is them double DNFing at Le Mans 2023 within the first 6 hours. So every time I see an Alpine on track, I'm like, when is it going to blow up? Which is a very unfair image to have. But it's Nathan Perron.
Mick Schumacher helped them win recently. In the last couple of years
that's.
Oh, as Bassan gets very sideways coming out of club.
Yeah, it's a bit unfair to the Alpines, but it's Nathan Perron is really putting it to good use and showing how much pace there is in that French car. And
French driver as well, Nathan Perron. So very nationalistic choice as he gets slides on the brakes, just about makes the apex anyway. So they're both really pushing these wet tyres to the limit in these tricky conditions here. And you could have one little slip up from Bassan and it could all slip away from him here. It's really, he's fighting for pride, whereas Nathan Perron is really the underdog, and he's got that sort of momentum behind him in this race so far. So even though this is a reverse from what we saw earlier with Perron holding up Bassan on a different strategy, as we see Jules Neal has had to do a splash and dash in the final hour here, maybe he might not be the only one that has to do this, especially in GT3.
I think we'll see more cars coming in later on. So we were pitting about 1 hour, 20 minutes to go. So that should be a bit too long to make it further to the end with a single tank. I think we will see them coming in later on as well. He might be a little bit off strategy then, trying to fill up the tank and go to the end from here. As meanwhile, for P8 is also heating up. Fabian Roth, we haven't really seen him all that much in this race. He is behind Michel Derezzo in the Peugeot 9X8. And Fabian Roth trying to score some more points in that purple Cadillac as well. He's not really been up there this race, unfortunately. We've seen a bit more from him last season, so hopefully
Roth
he can.
Was the first to switch to the wets, wasn't he? In this stint,
I think so.
As we see, that looks like Fedele fighting back from losing his rear wing, and he's fighting with Farinelli of all people, who's not had the easiest run, but he's still running in 11th, not far away from the final points position in the grand scheme of things in this final hour. So you never know. This could be a really crucial battle if somebody ahead of them hits trouble. Especially with so many close battles going on. We've got the lead between Barzink Beltrami. We have got Perron ferociously getting the Alpine all over the back of Bassan. and then a couple others as well, Roth and DeRezzo. I think we should shout out DeRezzo as well, because he was 14th on the first lap, I think it was.
I think so, yeah.
He seems to have set his purge up really well for these wet conditions, because he's cleared Roth, who was really gained by being the first to switch to the wets. And now he's only about 1.7 seconds behind Pezin in the Aston Martin then. So the 9X8, he's really getting the most out of it at this phase.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see it not that much more in the field, to be honest. We saw some 9X8s in the bronze split a couple of days ago, and they were performing quite well, to be honest. So it can be a very good car in capable hands. So kind of surprising to only see the single one out there on track. Just seemingly the Cadillac is a bit more balanced and preferably the car of choice at this moment by most of the drivers here. And same cannot be said as well for the Ferrari. We were mentioning it earlier. The Ferrari not really the car of choice usually for the LMGT3. It's most of the time it's the McLaren or the Lamborghini Huracan. But both Keinsel and Bauer in the Porsche, but Keinsel especially just putting it to very good use, and the Ferrari just driving away pretty much from the rest of the field. 7 seconds clear of Kevin Bauer in the Fischer Racing Team Porsche. And just very surprising to see the Ferrari up there and not the McLarens. I wanted to say earlier about the Lamborghinis. I was mentioning about the extended, the quite high tire wear that those cars can see during the race. The turn-in is one thing to have, but it does give you a bit more tire wear, so that might be a reason why we're seeing them struggle so much with De Bueno and P7 having overtaken Kolosov after that we just saw earlier. Both those Lamborghinis down the bottom end of the points.
I think, look at the massive drift that Kolosov gets as he exits the arena complex. I actually think De Bueno's had a really good recovery, because he lost a good 10, 12, 15 seconds with the game freezing on him, basically. As we see, side by side between Farinelli and Fedele. Fedele tried to go around the outside of Brooklands, found Farinelli shutting the door here. So Farinelli using all of his experience from the Platinum split to good effect here, and Fedele has had a lot of misadventures in this race, isn't it? I think it's fair to say. And the pace that he's got out that Valkyrie has been pretty impressive at times here. Farinelli really struggling. Off they go as they go either side of the stranded Mercedes GT3 that had spun across the track in front. They did very well to catch that in time. That was Galetti, I think, who dropped it in front of them.
Yeah, through Stowe, and I think he just lost it on his own, to be honest.
Middle of the corner.
Whipping it around, yeah.
And he stops
that's
almost
Cups,
at
of
the
course.
worst possible point, and they both picked either side. That could have been disastrous for Farinelli there.
That was very close stuff. He almost collected those hypercars there, and I think that the wets that he's running are pretty much shot at this point. So losing his rear through Cups corner, and very lucky to not hit anyone coming through there. That very high-speed right-hander. And speaking of traffic, we see Beltran and Barzeng once again closing the gap, coming through. That is P5 Punchy in McLaren 22. And that gap has been kind of fluctuating between 0.3 and 1.5 seconds. So depending on the traffic, Barzeng is able to kind of extend his lead or get closed down altogether again by Marco Beltran, still in P2. But it's this fight is not anywhere near over. I don't feel like with 50 minutes left to go, so anything can still happen.
The problem Barzeng's got is that he's got to deal with the traffic first. Once he sort of clears the path, Beltrami reacts to what he does and can sort of follow him through, especially if they're fighting with a pack of cars. That's really not ideal for Barzeng in that number 77 Cadillac then. So if they go down the Wellington Straight once again, they're surely going to be able to clear GT3s on the left-hand side. There we go. That looks like a Gurin that has just been cleared by the both of them, and there you can see that Barzeng was hoping to clear one more and now has to wait a few extra corners, and Beltrami gains behind, gets a very, very wide exit, and he can just afford, he's got plenty more space to play with here, and Barzeng is looking just that distinctly vulnerable at the present moment here, but he's defended so well. I almost can't tell whether I want the Pole or the Italian to come out on top here, but Barzeng really punching well above his weight as a sort of essentially a rookie in the gold split against Beltrami, who is a race winner previously. So Barzeng to hold on for this long has been very impressive.
I think whoever drives the best the next 50 minutes, that's the one. Oh no!
As Fidele
That's
and
Fidele.
Farinelli have come together, and right in front of the leaders too, who go around the outside of both of them all. There's just enough space for Beltrami there, and he might have a go actually into Stowe on Matthias Barzik. So side by side between Fidele and Farinelli. Farinelli on the outside, Fidele. Oh, there's big contact there, so he wasn't quite clear into the second part of Maggots and Beckett's. Beltrami's all over the back of Barzik as we're watching this then. And there we go. I think Farinelli and Fidele are going to be sending somewhat interesting messages to each other after this one.
Yeah, I don't think they will be too happy about that as we continue watching the replay. And I think that still Barzik out in the lead after all that. It is, but only 0.3 of a second. So really not something you want to see happening right ahead of you, especially if you're leading
not a great
in these
omen.
conditions. No, exactly. It's not a good sign for the rest of the race. But it's still 0.4 of a second there, as we see Michel Rodriguez in the pit lane as well, taking his, I am assuming, final stop of the race. There's 15 minutes left to go.
There's Neil.
Yep. But I think we'll
Neil's still
see
got a chance
Michel.
at the points.
I think that we'll see Michel Rodriguez going through to the end with 50 minutes. It's usually the amount of time you can last with a tank in the dry, let alone in the wet.
Yeah, luckily for Barzik, the GT3 leader's a bit more spaced out. See how much deeper Beltrami goes into Brooklands than Barzik in front of him. So he's just shifting around, trying to put Barzik off a little bit and force him into a mistake.
Now, I'm kind of interested to see the virtual energy of these hypercars, and if there's any strategy difference between those guys, because those pit stops will be coming up as well. I think it's all kind of similar, especially except from the Campo. I think we'll be seeing them in about 30 minutes-ish, potentially. I think we'll be seeing them come in at some point, but it's a there's some interesting strategy here to
Surely
play
in
as
the
well.
wet they're going to try and stay out.
I don't think they can, though. It's just I think a full tank in the dry lasts about 15 minutes. So if we still have like a full tank to go, and if you're only on 50%, I don't think your fuel consumption is like 50% less in the wet compared to the dry. So I think they'll have to come in at some point.
The less risky option will be a splash right now, surely. And that might be what they end up having to do. I think Beltrami might try and get a bit more conservative behind Barzik if he can't find a way through, because he has got 2% more at the present moment, but I don't think that's going to be enough to do an extra couple of laps that he might need. And in comes Bicatti from P9.
That is Fabian Roth, I think, actually.
Oh, it's Roth,
P10.
sorry.
Yeah. He's well ahead of Dele and Farinelli, so I don't think he'll lose another place, or but just about 1 or 2 places.
Well, especially because they crashed into each other, so that would help Roth a little bit.
Yeah, the gap is about 40 seconds, so I think he might come out just behind those guys after his pit stop.
Beltrami very close as they come out of Aintree once again. You can definitely feel the pressure continuing to build on the shoulders of Matthias Barzik, and the Renova driver has got to have his wits about him here. Beltrami again late on the brakes, threatening to go up the inside, but Barzik sees it coming like he did the lap before, just about gets the car righted and turned into Luffield in time. But it really feels like Beltrami's assault is not backing off anytime soon. He's just relentlessly plugging away at the back of the race leader here.
At this point, I would just stay behind and make use of the more fuel. He has 3% more virtual energy compared to Barzik. So if I were him, I would just stay behind him for now, fuel save as much as I can. You have a gap behind, and just get him in the pit stop. You will make a shorter stop, less fuel, less time in the pit lane. He'll come out ahead of Barzik through that. So he doesn't have to take any unnecessary risks here.
Mistake from Barzik. And that's allowed Beltrami to get very close as they go onto the hangar straight. Then who is going to get the better line into Stowe? Barzik gets defensive. Beltrami has to go long around. They're making a little bit of contact there. And Barzik really heavy on the brakes there as he gets super defensive into Stowe. Blocks off Marco Beltrami's chance of counter-attacking. He tries to slot the Tatum Esports car up the inside. And again, any angle of attack blocked off by Matthias Barzik. He's starting to get... It's like watching someone in a trench really digging in as he defends this lead.
Yeah, he doesn't want to give up that lead at all. He knows that he is behind on fuel, of course. They can see that from one another in the car. He knows he's behind on fuel, so he needs...
do you think?
Well, Barzank is already 3% behind, which is about a lap around here. So he knows he's already about a lap behind on fuel of Beltram. So the only chance he has is staying ahead, staying out on track ahead of Beltram to claim his win here today. So that's pretty much the only option he has here, is to stay out ahead.
Yeah, if he can maybe force Beltrami into a risky move, then maybe he can kind of force the issue here. Again, it almost feels like Barzank is daring Beltrami to try something as he goes around the outside at Lovefield. Barzank really has his exit compromised. Oh, and clean around
what
the
a
outside.
move.
Beautiful move from Marco Beltrami, and he takes the lead with 43 minutes left on the clock. And 42% of Virtual Engine is tanked crucially. Now, Barzank has really got a problem because he's no longer got the lead and he's got less energy to play with.
Yeah, this is exactly what he didn't need to happen. So now he is behind on both fronts, and he needs to get back past as soon as he can. Crucially, we're seeing a hypercar in front of them as well, I think, in front of traffic, left traffic, which is also not something that you want to see. Oh, that's a GT3, never mind. My eyes were playing a trick on me. But Barzank then, both of them losing a heap of time as well to Adamu, only 5.5 seconds behind them now. That used to be about 8 or 9 seconds. So this really hasn't worked well for those if we are on board with Jules Neal.
For Beltrami.
Yeah. Bit of mistake there.
Yeah, Barzank just had a little opportunity. Is he going to try and get revenge? No, he sticks to the outside as they go towards Club. Beltrami squirming on the brakes there. It's clear that these wets in these conditions, even with the rain continuing to fall a bit, they are starting to fade ever so slightly.
Yeah, this is not working in the favor of Barzank. Beltram seemingly having a bit more pace. 3/10 clear now, and we see one of the Valkyries, left Valkyries behind. I think it's Fadele in the back behind as well.
Because they went a lap down when him and Farinelli crashed into each other.
Barzank is not gone yet, and he's trying to force Beltram in a mistake. Yeah, once again. So he's feeling a bit more comfortable on the brakes, I think. But he's just trying to force Beltram into a mistake here and trying to snatch back that P1 here at Silverstone.
Yeah, I don't think Adamu is going to be able to do a sort of super save strategy in third, and he's got massive gap to Bassan, but the problem is if he backs up way too much to make sure he can get to the end without stopping, then potentially these two could do a stop and then come out either right alongside. Oh, and again wide by Beltrami into the final corner, so Barzank again gets a little sniff, but not really able. I think he knew it would have been too risky to risk a collision up the inside there. So we see, I think there's a bit more action in the pit lane with the GD3s.
There might be a bit more of those into the pit lane indeed. I think, yeah, there we go. That's Kelsey Osborne also taking their pit stop. And that is Zoranovic out of the pit lane already, I think.
Halfway through the lap, I think.
Yeah, he's just on the pit straight, I think. Pit straight to the left. Yeah, this is... Got to say that? Oh no, that's Abby. Never mind. I am. You're right. Sometimes I get confused between Abby and the back straight, but it's.
Well, that's about. Could be someone just going in the pits. Oh, it looks like it's that Bicatti that's had a bit of a spin. It is. So he was lapping the 6th place GD3. Number 18. Oh, just a bit of side-on contact, very marginal, and you can see the number 44 Acelif. It's not been a race. It had started so strong for Bicatti. He was right in the mix in the top 5 in the first stint. And when the rain fell, it's really just played against him, hasn't it? And he's been playing catch-up ever since.
Yeah, that car's not looking too happy out there, but sliding on the exit. And P9 is not really, well, comparable to how well he's been driving. Like we're saying, it's been a bad luck for him throughout this race, and now he's just dangling there on the back end of the points, so he'll be hoping for a better result next time around.
And that number 18 that he hit was Evan Leproux, who is in a bit of a battle with Matteo De Buono here. So De Buono to recover up to P6 after the misfortune he had with the freeze in the middle of this race. He could well have been on course for second in between Keinzel and Bauer, I think, had that not happened. But to get into the top 6 would be a fantastic sort of damage limitation run for the Italian.
Yeah, for sure. He had the screen freeze earlier on, which is not really something you can do anything about. And he did the correct thing by just putting on the brakes and not trying to hit anyone while his game was resetting.
Lucky he was sort of just off the racing line at Club and Vale, so he wasn't really in anybody's way.
you don't want that to happen through maggots and baggets. Then you're pretty much guaranteed to go into the wall. So it had happened on the correct on the right moment. Luckily for him.
Interesting, Beltrama not streaking away from Barzank since getting through here, so they've been basically matching each other, punch and counterpunch each lap really, and Barzank, he knows he's sort of running out of cards to play with here, so this could be a question of who decides to go for the splash and dash first. Barzank, having lost track position, it might be worth going for the undercut here, but there's also the question of if it stops raining, do you want to make sure you're in an ideal position to be the first to switch to the dries as well? It doesn't seem like that's happening anytime soon, though. And we are starting to run out of time here. So our hypercar runners are sort of being forced into the thin end of a wedge in terms of strategy here.
I'm wondering what the forecast is looking like for these guys. If there is more rain coming, then you could take that gamble of going quicker or earlier on to the pit stop. If it might get drier, then you want to stay out as long as you possibly can. If you're able to switch those tires on the inside there, forcing his way past, and the rain has stopped. I think indeed there's a number of wipers going on, and we could see. No, he spins around.
It's Rafael Rapin in the Mercedes then. Before, just losing it coming out of Aintree. Was there a little bit of contact with Barzank there?
On the racing line.
Oh, not the safest rejoin from Rapin. So Rapin is being lapped. Barzank's going around the outside. The second part of the arena complex. Oh, and he drops it on his own. There we go.
Yeah, he does.
Almost like he thought he was racing Barzank there. He's in a different class. And then almost takes a very wide line. I think Adamu felt that would have been a bit too close for comfort.
He didn't resave jointly, unfortunately. So that's. But luckily, no one was hit there.
Well, I mean, he had to rejoin the track, and then he decided to go across it, almost into the path of Adamu. Just about left it over. So yeah, that could have gone a lot worse. Either way, it's playing to the hands of Beltrami now, who's 1.3 seconds ahead of Barzank, rather than half a second ahead.
I think with the rain now stopped, that is a good shot by our broadcaster, Nicholas. It could be worth for Beltram to take a gamble at some point and go earlier and just try it out, see how it goes, and try and survive on the slicks. However, that doesn't mean that the track has to dry significantly. You can already see those guys going offline, trying to cool down the tires off the racing line. You can see a bit of a dry line forming here and there. There you can see it on track. So in a couple of minutes, about 10 to 15 minutes maybe, it might be worth going on a gamble and putting on those slick tires.
Could be risky, as you say. It's a gamble for a reason. And if you're Keinzel with that 7-second lead, this could be worrying times, because if somebody switches to the dries behind you and undercuts you by a lap or two, suddenly they could eat into that lead that he's spent so long building up there. As we see Mathieu Basson lapping one of the absolute cars there. I think that might be Michel Rodriguez. This is being lapped again. And Nathan Perron now gets through too. So Perron has been keeping Basson very, very honest indeed, as Basson has a massive drift through club. So yeah, the rear tyres are absolutely starting to overheat now. I think you're absolutely spot on there, Stevie.
Yeah, it's looking more and more tricky out there as we are on board with Perron in the replay, and we will see that slide of Basson earlier in just a moment.
It's like he hits the brakes and then suddenly the rear starts drifting off to a different postcode.
I do want to mention quickly, I got a question from my lovely girlfriend, actually, who texted me. She's watching this broadcast, hopefully still, and she was asking how it is determined that the rain actually happens, which is a good question for those who don't know how LMU works. If there are any of you in the chat, it's a percentage chance. So within the time slot in game, it is a percentage of rain, and it might or not. It might not, or it might fall down. So there was a 65% chance of rain during this race, and this time we were lucky, and it actually did rain, which gave us a very exciting race so far. Could have said dry very well, indeed, but it's luckily for us, the English sky decided to drop some water down on us.
I didn't think it started that badly either. Obviously, there was a sense of the leaders trying to hold position, but we had a bit of action in GD3. I think it's been a very, very good start to the season all in all.
It's been a fantastic race so far, yeah.
Is this the first time Silverstone's been used in VMS as well? I'm pretty confident in saying that it is, because it's obviously wasn't introduced when we started last season. So yeah, there's a bit of novelty in that sense. So yeah, it's really been good to see these drivers get some experience of it under their belt in these hypercars and GD3s. You can see Perron here. He's really been waiting for his chance, hasn't he, to catch Bassan again. And Bassan really starting to feel the pressure, and his tyres starting to feel the heat here as the track continues to dry up rapidly here. And I wonder, are the hypercars going to wait for the GD3s to pit for dries and have them be the guinea pigs, or vice versa maybe, as we see, Bassan struggling for traction on Exeter Club here.
Yeah, he is really struggling. He's been struggling throughout this wet weather period, but those tires really just lacking any pace now, as we can see both of them trying to cool down. The wet weather tires going offline. You can see, yeah, especially here, you can see more and more there's a dry line forming. So I think it will be within quite a short period. These guys must be coming in for sure. If I were Barzank, I would be trying to take a gamble within the next couple of laps and just try and see how it goes, because those tires are not holding on any longer. And Bassan half a minute behind Adamu at this point. He's not looking happy out there. And Perron, if there's a moment to get past, what this probably is it, as he goes down the inside of the number 11 Mercedes there.
So number 4, isn't
it?
Yeah,
yeah, that's Rapinnik once again.
So there we go. Just enough space for Perron to sneak through up the inside then. And Nathan Perron has definitely been one of the stars in the hypercar class today. A reserve driver that stepped up to the plate and really outperformed that Alpine throughout the race, really. It was a bit of a dark horse in the first stint, not just because of the jet black livery, but then really has shone in this sort of middle phase of the race where he was holding off Bassan for quite a while and put him sort of out of reach strategically of the leaders. And that sort of helped him in this stint where he's been able to catch back up in the wet conditions. They've still got De Campo not far behind either, so good to see the Valkyrie hasn't given up. But I think of the 3, it's the only one that's not really hit any trouble in this race. And that's not surprising, given De Campo has a pretty clean record and is a former race winner, of course, at Sebring last season. So yeah, this 4th place battle could go either one of 3 ways here. But of course, it's the lead that's really going to capture our imagination, as Beltrami gets the gap up to 2 seconds now over Barzing. Bolger, look at that. 7/10 behind Bauer. So Bauer's really started to fall off last couple of laps.
Yeah, Bolger's been driving phenomenally as well throughout this race. He started all the way down in the field, I think about P10, P11, P9, somewhere around that. And he's been driving phenomenally all around in his home race. He's currently in P3, just behind Kevin Bauer in the
taking a 10th and a half out of him.
Yeah, wow. So it's been a decent drive by him so far, and it's already on the podium spot. He might be able to make it P2 here. I don't think he will be able to close the gap on Clemens Keinsel, who's been just driving away pretty much ever since he retook the lead. But it's a battle to keep our eye on, this between Jack Bolger and Kevin Bauer. This is not over yet.
And I believe it's Bolger's debut in the gold split, although I think we could probably say the same for Bauer, who I don't think has done any races last season in gold. So yeah, definitely good to see basically 3 new names on the podium here, essentially, because I don't think Keinsel was competing last season either. So that really shows you the breadth and depth of this field. He's looking at a little bit of a lockup from Bauer then, as Kevin gets into the Vale and Club. There's a yellow flag that clears in front of them. But yeah, Jack Bolger, he's really got that home advantage. And off again goes Farinelli. And he's entered sideways. So the 777 is having a bit of a nightmare out there.
Yeah, his race is going from bad to worse here through the gravel.
He must have hit the curb at Maggots.
I think so, yeah.
Off.
That's probably the place to lose the car like that. So he's now in P12. So that's one of the Tatum Esports cars not having a good day out there on track. The 777 now back in P12, that is. And almost half a minute behind Antonio Fedeli in P11. So that's a risk to forget for him. I just want to quickly mention Kevin Bauer. You were talking about him. He raced in the bronze split last season. He did race only 3 rounds there, and he won all 3 of them. So if he drives well, and he wins every race he can join. So a P2 here is no surprise to me. As you see, once again, Bassan under attack of Nathan Perron within 0.2 of a second. Bassan flashing the lights, trying to warn him off, don't overtake me. But sliding there as well. Just about keeping it on track, and it's surely only a matter of time before Nathan Perron is able to overtake him.
And 30 minutes to go then, and it really has flown by, hasn't it, this race? So much to keep track of. Adamu and Barzenk, interestingly, lowest on virtual energy, so they will be forced into pitting first, potentially for dry tyres. Look at this, round the outside comes Nathan Perron. Can the Frenchman muscle his way around the outside? That becomes the inside for Lafille. Besson leaves space, tries to hold on around the outside just to launch the Cadillac back in front. He's still alongside. Nathan Perron is going to use the straight line speed to surely go up the inside as they go towards Cobb's Corner, wheel to wheel. Who is going to get the inside first? It is Nathan Perron that finally gets through into 4th position as they both climb all over the curb, but it's the Alpine finally at long last up to P4, and surely now Matteo Besson has got to worry about Antonio Di Campo right behind him, as we see that's Farinelli coming in again for more repairs, no doubt. Bolger still right behind Bauer, by the way.
I think that'll be his final pit stop of the race, but a great move there by Nathan Perron, who's now finally ahead of Matteo Besson. Both of them just leaving each other just enough space coming through to Cobb's Corner, and he made the move stick very nicely indeed in that Alpine P4 for him now, flashing the lights to let the Lamborghini know, I'm here, I'm gonna pass you now. And he and Besson make their way through. So Nathan Perron finally managing to clear Matteo Besson. He's working really hard for it, and it finally pays off. Just want to quickly mention that Barzenk is now dropping back quite a bit compared to Beltram, almost 5 seconds. Both of them trying to cool down those wet weather tires. The dry line now really is showing. So I think most of those guys will be coming in shortly for both fuel and potentially a set of dry tires, and try and get those on those tires.
Farinelli has gone in for dries.
Yeah, there we go.
So they'll be looking at his sector times with keen eyes, especially at Tatum Esports, to see if they should bring Beltrami in. Meanwhile, Bolger knows the track is drying right as he's catching up to Kevin Bauer, and there's a great opportunity here for the local driver to sneak into the round-out spot. Look at Bauer going a little bit wide. Is Bauer Swiss, I think, driver, if memory serves correct? No, he's German, of course.
It's a Swiss team.
It is a Swiss team, though, the Fischer Racing squad. Jack Bolger, of course, for DCS Racing. So keen to mark his own territory, both in the Porsche 992, so you'd think evenly matched. But Bauer here will be feeling the pressure here from Jack Bolger. Are these two we're going to be talking about for the rest of this gold split season, potentially, because they have both had very strong showings today from a bit further back in the grid. They have fought their way onto the podium, and who is going to come out on top in these final 25 minutes? That is the big question here. Besson, by the way, hasn't given up on Perron, still about 7/10 behind, but as you say, Barzank falling about 5 seconds behind Marco Beltrami now. So the only hope for Barzank now is maybe an early switch to the dry tyres here, but even now, it still looks really wet offline and a bit risky here.
Of course, in LM GT3, Clemens Keinsel, the Austrian driver, also part of the Fischer Racing team. So currently a 1-2 for those guys in LM GT3. So I don't think they'll be too unhappy with that. And I think you might very well be right. If Bolger had a better qualifying performance, I think he'll be right up there. So it might very well be Keinsel, Bauer and Bolger going at it for the rest of this season. And if there's anything to go by this race, that's a lot of entertaining action to come.
There's a few others as well, like Matteo De Bono, I think, who also could have been very much part of the equation. And we are going to see it fluctuate between the likes of the Lamborghinis and such. As, oh, look at this, De Campo trying to go around the outside of Besson, nearly loses it over the curb. Well, 10 out of 10 for effort, but I think that was always a bit unlikely to pull off. So what happens here? He gets very close into the complex here, gets alongside on the outside, and then does he surely just get run out of road here? He goes for a very narrow gap on the outside and finds himself nearly spinning out of control.
Almost losing it on the exit there on the curbs, but just about managing to keep his car in one piece. And Besson really kind of moving to the outside of the track. Nothing illegal, I don't think, but he is not wanting to lose P5 as well, as his race is going from bad to worse. And don't forget, he was leading at some point ahead of the other Tatum Esports cars, and now he's off the podium, potentially losing a top 5.
As well, when you consider that he really only had one lap to do it with the rain coming down. It all was decided right at the beginning of that session. He nailed it, just marginally ahead of Beltrami. Now his teammate is looking to win the race, and he's not even going to finish on the podium here. And look at Perron. He's actually closed a couple of seconds on Adamu. He's gone from 30 seconds behind to 27 seconds behind. So that really shows you the pace that the Alpine has got.
I think Adamu had a mistake at some point because he lost that time in about 1 or 2 laps, I think. So and ever since it's been quite steady. Bassan going wide again.
Oh dear.
Wow, the curbs. That's...
De Campo's got to be careful he doesn't catch him too quickly when he makes that mistake in front of him, because he could easily find himself with a face full of Cadillac, which is not what you want in a Valkyrie. As we see them going through farm and village into the complex once again. Again, they're both just really struggling to make the apex for that first part of the complex into Aintree again. And this time De Campo not quite far enough alongside to risk it around the outside, but he's just got to force Bassan into a mistake here if he wants to finish in the top 5. And De Campo is really stuck with it in that Valkyrie. Meanwhile, Bolger 6/10 behind Kevin Bauer in the fight for P2, as they're about 7 seconds off the lead respectively. Definitely Bolger waiting for his opportunity to come up, but he's only got 23 minutes left to go, so it could get very, very close, very, very tasty between those two, as De Campo just has a little moment coming out of Luffield, and that allows Bassan to pull a small gap on him.
I'm very interested to see how Fideli, I think it was, is doing on those slicks, because look at the dry line there, especially in sector 1 and 2. And coming here through Beckets and Beckets, there's a big old dry line, so it might be very well worth it to switch to those slicks at some point and go for a gamble. But is there enough time to make a gamble like that work? Well, I think all of them have to make a pit stop soon anyway.
We might see 1 or 2 gamble on just having shorter stops so they don't change tyres and just hope it doesn't dry out enough. But the sensible choice surely at this phase, unless you think you can make it to the end, like
Fabian Wolfgang.
He certainly can, yes, but we know Ruff has splashed and dashed already. Pezin and De Campo.
Big lockup.
Big lockup again. Yeah, Bassan is really struggling to slow it down for Vale. Look at this, that's going to allow De Campo almost to get the front nose alongside, coming out of club. As you see, Ruff and Farinelli have made 3 stops respectively. Look at them both going offline to lap Jakob Matrese. Matrese still down in P14 behind Rodriguez, so it's really not gone to plan for him. He's had to do the splash and dash quite early, and that's put him a bit at a disadvantage. As De Campo, again, trying to take a bit more speed through the complex, and Bassan sees it coming here as they continue to drift further back, and into the pits comes Adamu. So it is Francesco Adamu that is the first of the leaders to pull the trigger. He is surely going for dry tyres here.
Yeah, for sure. He had to make that splash and dash either this or next lap. He has gone to mediums, I'm hearing. I was expecting Barzank to come in as well, to be honest, in this lap. He had 1% less virtual energy compared to Adamu. And Beltram is able to continue for a few more laps.
He wants to put less fuel in the car. Maybe that
is probably the option, the idea, yeah. He wants to have a shorter fuel stop and then switch to those slicks.
Coming in too.
Yep. From P5.
So that puts De Campo fourth, De Vrezzo into the top 5. And Bolger comes in. So Jack Bolger, from right behind Kevin Bauer, has now got the advantage here if he can switch to the dries before he does.
Yeah, first of the GT3s, I think, to switch to slicks. Same with Guerin. Also in the Porsche. And both leaders and LMGT3 staying out. Same as the Hypercar. So they're both continuing. All 4 of them are continuing for 1 more lap.
Clemens Keinsel has surely got to respond to that, because if Bolger starts eating into that lead, that could be really uncomfortable territory for him.
So yeah, the flag out on track somewhere. It's clear again. Probably someone going off track somewhere for a little bit.
That's Bolger being released in the background.
Yep.
So he's got going, I think, in P7. Although I think he's going to get past a few people that are still in the pits. Yeah, there we go. Gets past De Bueno. So Bolger into P4. Zoranovic has stayed out.
Beltrami the pits.
Yeah, there we go. Beltrami pits from the lead. So clearly, Francesco Adamu was the guinea pig. And
Barzank as well.
Yeah, surely Perron, De Campo, De Rezzo, and Pezin are going to follow.
I would imagine so. I don't think it's worth at all to stay out on the slicks. It is, but unless you're Fabian Roth and you already make your splash and dash, you might want to take a gamble and go for it. But I think it's a bit too long to go to make those wets last till the end.
Yeah, Perron, of course, briefly now running in the top 3. How much longer is this going to last? Then surely he is heading for the pit entry, and indeed he does. And De Campo, immediately behind, is surely going to follow him.
Well, speaking of, there we go.
Yep.
Almost like you've done this before.
Yeah, it's almost like I predicted that accurately. But Beltrami gets released from the pit exit. And there is
Keinsel.
Keinsel deciding it's time to get rid of the wets and put some mediums on. Bolger is in 5th. He actually did get a pass by Panchi before the pit exit there.
So this is the moment where we will see if Bolger can make a bit of a jump compared to Bauer and Keinsel. Remember, he was in 3rd, just behind Kevin Bauer.
Quicker stop. I think also Barzing had to take on more fuel again than Beltrami, because the gap's gone up to 9 seconds now from 5 seconds.
Yeah, the less virtual energy in the tank, that's for sure.
And there's Perron, so crucial here to see if Nathan Perron can get out in 4th position ahead of Matteo Bassan. Oh, goes a little wide, just avoids the pit exit wall. And same for Mattia De Campo. There you go. There is
Bassan on the cold track.
So Bassan is going to come out behind Mattia De Campo, so he's actually been overcut by the both of them.
Yeah, and now...
Oh, and De Campo off track.
Yeah, and Bassan has warm tires, so he might be able to get past him here again.
Oh,
sliding
like
through! Sliding through Chapel, almost losing the rear, but De Campo crucially ahead, still on cold tires, having to go offline now and overtake the Mercedes. So it's not going to be easy for De Campo to defend this position. He might lose a lot of time here compared to Bassan, who's still behind. And of course, the second you go offline, you get into the wet on the wet patch, and you will lose all sorts of grips. On the outside now, going defensive.
This is a role reversal of what we were just watching, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bassan struggling, and now trying to nip up the inside of De Campo into club and find the door very much not open for him. Meanwhile, Bolger now has seen a couple more pit in front of him. Keinsel and Bauer are now on the mediums. Panchi has decided to stay out on the wets, and he's about 8 seconds ahead. So Panchi is taking a risk in the McLaren to get onto the podium here. So Bolger might have to fight to stay in 3rd position. But yet Bauer, by staying out a lap longer, has actually gotten a huge lead. He's gone from being about half a second ahead to a couple of several seconds ahead, actually, of Bolger. And Panchi really holding him up potentially in the next couple of laps, as here comes Matteo Bassan up the inside of Mattia De Campo, locks up the front left tyre, and it's going to go way too deep into Brooklands. He goes completely off the circuit, and the Valkyrie is back through into 5th. So Bassan's miserable race continues.
Yeah, he knocked on the brakes and no one was home, just continuing straight on, and the Valkyrie moves on through. 1.2 seconds now between the two. And getting some questions if we can see the LMGT3 Virtual Energy as well.
Right behind Bauer.
Banshee now behind Bauer.
So Banshee stayed out on the wets, interestingly, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so.
So this is very unexpected. Oh, he is on slicks, is what Nicolas Dortmund is telling us. Here we go, up the inside into Brooklands. No, he is on wet, and very wide goes Kevin Bauer. So Mattia Panchi has taken a very unorthodox gamble with 16 minutes left to go, and he's up to P2, only 3 seconds off the lead. So GD3 could still be anyone's game between Mattia Panchi and Keinsel.
Yeah, it's still all to play for in the last 15 minutes of this race.
If it starts raining again, Panchi is going to be in the box seat here.
It sure is. So we're going to have to watch out for those wipers going at the moment. I think they're still stuck to the windscreen. But the second those start wiping once again, and he'll be in the clear. And he'll be out there. And it's only 3 seconds between him and Keinsel. So if he's able to keep the pace going, he might very well be in for a win here if he's able to catch Keinsel.
Look at Keinsel trying to warm up his dry tires.
Exactly. There's no temperature in those tires yet at all. So it might be the moment for Panchi to strike and claim P1 here.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. So GD3, this is exactly what Clemens Keinsel did not want to happen here. and he's been forced into this decision because it's either stay out too long on the wets and be undercut by those on the dries, or this situation he's seeing right now where the wets are still good, but he's been forced into this because everyone had to splash and dash to make sure they didn't run out of fuel.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see all these strategies just coming together. And Penske, it's now 2.8 seconds, so he's closed about half a second more and just a few corners there. So clearly Penske on the wets at the moment, he has a bit more pace there. And Keinsel going wide once again. Yeah.
He's just had to let one of the hypercars through, I think. So the problem for Penske is there's going to be a moment where it suddenly becomes way too dry and the wets will just start overheating.
Yeah, but Keinsel is not comfortable on those tires at all. They're sliding all over the place. It's 2.7 seconds again now. So he's not really happy out there on those slicks, and Penske on the wets is able to just get a lot more performance out of them. But we're 2 seconds behind them now as well, and also on the slicks, just not all that happy.
And I think Neil is on the wets as well. Look at him going up the inside of Evan Leproux, and he's through into P6. So Jules Neal, who's gone from absolutely nowhere into the top 6 here.
Well, at the moment, those wets clearly still working better than the slick tires. So
they're side by side. So Leproux trying to counter-attack up the inside into Brooklands, and Neal just later on the brake clears him around the outside. So Jules Neal really confident in keeping these wet tyres alive on a drying track.
It's a great defensive move by Jules Neal, who is still on those wet tires despite a massive dry line now, as you can see
it's
there.
It's interesting because Neal and Penske sort of committed themselves to this by pitting earlier for the splash and dash when it was
there's
wet.
no way they're going to move to slicks now, because there's just no time to make up for the time that they're going to lose. So they had to stick to this, and now Keinsel is extending that lead compared to Penske, and Leproux, apologies, is closing the gap against Jules Neal. So might this be the moment that those slick tires come back to temperature and are actually faster than the wet weather tires?
Yeah, a gamble may be worth taking, but if Bauer gets through, how much longer is it going to take for Bolger to close that 9-second gap as well? Because once the wets start overheating, it is a bit like driving on ice, isn't it, essentially?
Yeah.
They become absolutely useless, like chewing gum. If you've ever been to, say, Goodwood Festival of Speed or any kind of show run where they take a car and they put it on wet tyres on a dry track, it's just to do burnouts, and they are often, they wear down very quickly.
Yeah, they're so soft that it's very easy to get temperature into them in cold and rainy conditions, but the second you're on a dry track, then they'll just kind of implode on their own and overheat instantly.
It's the 85 getting in the way for Port Mathieu Besson, and that's of course that's our friend, isn't it? It's the Straniher Zoranovic, isn't it, in the Iron Dames car, isn't it?
Yeah. And not really doing anything wrong, but Besson having to take a wide line there around the outside of the Lamborghini. And crucially, Besson is still behind Matteo De Campo. So De Campo pitted a lap later than Besson, went off track in Maggots and Baggets as well due to the cold tires, but he remained ahead of the Cadillac, and he's able to defend P5 for now. So Besson out of the top 5 after leading the early stages of this race, now out of the top 5 positions.
Yeah, he's certainly not giving up though. So De Campo, he's used to keeping Besson behind, as we saw in Sebring last season when it was a battle for victory. This may only be a battle for P5, but every point is going to add up at the end of this season. And here is Evan Leproux trying to fight back against Jules Neal on the wet tyres here. And this could be very, very interesting indeed, because it really feels like with Penske under attack from Kevin Bauer, that the wet runners are going to be sitting ducks here side by side into Maggots and Baggett. They just avoid a collision. Leproux decides discretion is the better part of Alan, knows he's got a better chance to catch Jules Neal going into Stowe, and he can pick him up a bit easier there.
Yep, 10 minutes left to go in this race, and right now those wets surely seem to be done and dusted. Penske is dropping back big time from Clemens Keinsel. Bauer is catching him, as we see Leproux also on those slick tires, really closing down on Jules Neal, who is still on the wets, and just really, especially those in the corner, just no pace at all. Oh. And now, wheel banging there, coming through, that is Stowe, I think it is, and now around the outside, Leproux trying to hang it on, but he has to do a switchback move on Jules Neal, and that McLaren still clinging onto those wet weather tires. there's no grip at all on those anymore. So this is just a matter of time when they last. And I
Somebody's
think
gone
there's
off
someone
a
in the
club.
gravel. Yeah.
Let's see who that was. Oh, it's Galetti again. So he's lost it big time over the curb, I think. As on exit, there we go, just ran a little bit wide. The back end got away from him. Oh, tried to correct it and then had a big snap. It was a very Franco Colapinto qualifying in last year at the British Grand Prix style accident, as he's just rejoined the track and stays on the grass to avoid the hypercar there. Again, the Pro still not able to get back past as we look at Saranovic and Kolosov fighting over the final points paying positions. And now, oh, they're going to go 3 wide. Leproux is going to have a nibble up the inside into Brooklands later on the brakes, and he gets past. So now, surely it's over for Jules Neal. He's got to settle for P7, which is still better than he would have been had he not done this gamble.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what kind of a gap they have behind them.
Yeah,
one of the
Bauer
hypercars making its way
right
through as well.
Panchi as well as we're watching this.
Yeah. So those wets are just, well, pretty much done at this point, and there is about an 8-second gap to Bueno.
And
Kolosov now in the inside.
And then they're coming right behind the lap car Galetti as well, and Kolosov, a man in a hurry, having dropped from pole position, and up the inside goes Kevin Bauer past Mattia Panchi, so a straightforward move in the end there, but a little wide from Bauer. He goes completely off the circuit, and that's going to allow Panchi back around the outside. Is he going to be able to retake the position into the Vale? Oh, yes, he is, I think. He's going to have the inside for the exit here. They're still side by side. Fantastic racing between the two. We have Bauer on the outside, Panchi on the inside, and he holds on to P2, and that is great news if your name is Jack Bolger, because he's gained 2 seconds out of that fight.
Yeah, so he's still trying to hang on to those wets, Panchi is, but Boer seemingly having a lot more pace, as there is a Peugeot on the inside there of the purple Cadillac. Not making it stick this time around, so they're catching up on Neal and Leproux ahead. And this is D'Arezzo in Fabio Roth also. Oh no, there's contact there.
D'Arezzo had to go well over the curve to avoid the wets there. And now here comes Pezin looking to pick him off as well. So there just was not enough room. D'Arezzo sort of thought about a move and then backed out halfway through into Vale.
Fabian Roth crucially also still on wets, the purple Cadillac in front. So he's also...
he was in the air. That's why he went straight into the side of Jules.
Yeah, that's looking like an error from D'Arezzo, hitting the curb on the inside.
Pezin got very close to having a go, but not quite close enough. And now D'Arezzo looking for a second bite of the cherry. And surely going to be a straightforward move into Brooklands here. Oh,
well, not quite. Bauer is also lining up a move.
Yeah, Bauer having another go at Panchi. They're side by side at the moment, and he's up the inside at Cox.
Yep, move done. Very nicely indeed. So it's a 1-2 once again for the Fischer Racing team, with Clemens Keinsel, the Ferrari, in P1, and Bauer just miles quicker compared to Panchi, who is still out on those wet tires. And well, no surprise there that Bauer gets the move done. Meanwhile, Betts in on the inside. Yeah, gets the move done on Roth as well, also still in wets. So he is dropping back massively as well, and Petsin, after quite a disappointing race as well, back into P8, so that's 3 points on the board for him as it stands. There we have Panchi now behind Kevin Bauer, coming through Stowe.
He'll be getting a little bit of toe from the back of the Porsche, which will help slightly, but surely on the wets he's going to fade away in this final part of the race. De Campo has got within half a second of Perron, surprisingly, in the fight for fourth, as we see. That looks like about having to back off a bit in the Vale to let the hypercar through.
Yeah, that was Bassan, I think, coming through in P6. And Perron also closing in just a little bit on Adamo, and the Campo now right behind him, indeed, on track. And surprisingly, Panchi right here on your screen is able to stick with Bauer for now, as there's a yellow flag out on track somewhere once again. I was kind of expecting him to drop back massively after being overtaken, but so far he's still there.
Keinsel's still controlling things. 8 seconds clear of those two. But Bolger as well, about 6 seconds behind. Problem is, he's got to be catching about a second per lap, as there's Bolger having to let through D'Arezzo and Pezin, who are in a fight for P7 themselves. And luckily doesn't get held up too much in that interaction, as there's more yellows out there. I think a lot of the wet runners are really running out of tyres here and struggling to keep it in a straight line.
Yep.
Oh!
No, that's...
big crash for Kolosov. Oh! So he's lost the rear wing early on and then slam into the wall at Stowe. He's lost the front left tyre.
I think he might have lost it in Maggots and Baggots, and he's off again. Or is this still the This might be
think
still the replay. And
I think
he's
that's him
now trying to.
rejoin.
This is him going back on the track without a left front wheel. So I think he might have lost it in maggots and baggets and lost the
either
rear
way.
wing and then just. Oh, don't go so quick. Just slow it down.
I think that's just frustration on his end.
Yeah.
How his race has gone since getting pole. But you've got to feel
And
a
that's
little
him
bit
done.
for Polosov after that excellent pole lap. The race really has fallen apart on him over the course of the 2.4 hours then, or 2 hours 40 minutes I should say, as here comes De Rezo blocking Pezin down the straight there by closing the door. You could tell the Valkyrie was just gaining chunks on the 9X8 there.
Yeah, let's go
little bit
on
held
board
up by
with the
Porsche.
Valkyrie.
Yeah, so Pezin gets a great exit and then cuts to the right-hand side and gets blocked.
Oh, it's a bit of reactive driving there by the Peugeot in front, but the gap is just not there at all for the Valkyrie to stick a nose in. And De Rezo stays ahead for now in P7. Bit of an invisible race for him in the black and yellow Peugeot, but it's a good spot he is in right now, P7, some good points. So he'll be hoping for this race to end rather shortly, I think, with Petsim breathing down in his neck.
Yeah.
He's
Keep your
rapidly
eyes
just
as
not able
well
to get by.
on Bolger and Panchi in that fight for the home podium. Panchi on the wets, being caught by about 1.5 seconds per lap. With 3 minutes left to go, he's 3 seconds ahead. Bolger is throwing absolutely everything at trying to catch Mattia Panti. You can see him just ahead of him. Julian Gurin not far behind, but he won't really be able to take advantage himself. I think if Bolger's throw was to pass him, then Gurin's chances don't look much better. But look up ahead. Pezin being held up now by the GD3s as De Rezo takes a lot of risk to go around the outside there.
Yeah, it's all coming together now near the end of this race. 3 minutes left to go, so about 2 laps left in this race. So 2 hours and 40 minutes have flown by, really. This action-packed race, which is just gone non-stop with different strategies and different cars out on track. This is Rapin, and I think he's trying to unlap himself.
That's the 73. Oh, as Ducati's had another issue. He's fallen down to 10th as a result. Went a bit wide out of entry, so the issue's coming into Brooklands. Has he just done Bassan and gone way too late on the brakes, maybe?
I think he might have.
The rear.
Yep.
A 44 does a pirouette and is facing the wrong way, so a little embarrassing, but Ducati doesn't actually lose any positions as a result of that.
Yeah, if
there's
there's
De Campo. De Campo's caught up, I think, is that Jules Neal in front of him. Here we go. Oh, De Bono. De Bono, sorry. Here we go, side by side into Maggots and Beckett. They're well over the curb there. And the number 69 of Beltrami trying to lap the both of them. Where does he go, though?
Well, there's not really any place to go. These still making it very difficult for the Hypercar to overtake around the outside now through Chapel. And he somehow makes it through, but De Bono looking a lot quicker than Jules Neal here in the final 2 minutes of this race.
He's on the dries, isn't he?
He's on the dries as well.
Out on the wets, and he's just been caught hand over fist.
Yep.
Bolger is about within 7/10 of Panchi, so he's going to have one lap really to try and take that podium away at his home race. Jack Bolger would never want to get through more eagerly than now.
Yep, we are on board with the Porsche of Jack Bolger. Started in P9, now in P4 in that Porsche. And it should be a very easy pass on the McLaren of Mattia Panchi, who's still on those wet tires, even when the track is pretty much dry at this point. As we are on the Wellington Straight towards Brookland, this should be an easy pass on down the inside, I would imagine. He's not. He's going a bit defensive.
Here we go. So Jack Bolger won't be able to just storm it down the inside.
It's very deep.
Blocked. And they're both just holding each other up here. And that could actually play into Julian Gurin's hands if they're not careful. So here we go. They're about to start what should be their last lap then with 50 seconds left on the clock. Jack Bolger really being held up coming out of left field then. It's a three-way fight for the final slot on the podium. Who is it going to be? Can Mattia Panchi hold on those destroyed wets? Can Jack Bolger make it through in his home race, or can Julian Gurin break the hearts of
down
everybody?
Up
the inside goes Bolger, and he's through into third, and surely Gurin is going to fancy his chances of fourth here as well.
That's a great move by Jack Bolger. He's up into P3, and Gurin, well, he's looking a lot quicker than Mattia Panchi up ahead, so this should be a move done quite easily.
So I would imagine
Bolger is wide, and I think he gets wide as well. Both of them hitting a bit of a wet patch there and losing the rear. Bolger just about staying on track ahead of him.
Oh, it's
coming through Maggots and Beckett into Chapel.
Watching this replay, I think Panchi's actually gotten back through. So here we go. Oh, the rear end just drifted out. That's so unfortunate. And let's see the rest of this, because I think we're about to see Panchi go back around the outside of him down the hangar straight.
Yep, you're very right. He's still... Yep, he made it through again. So that's Bolter back into P3. Down the inside once again, as we're watching this replay. And it's Panchi still out in P3 at the moment.
Oh, and De Campo passes Perron for P4. As look at this side-by-side. Bolter trying to go around the outside into Farm. And again finds a way block up the inside. Goes Julian Guerin
down the inside
into P4. And now he's going for third. So it's all going Guerin's way all of a sudden.
That's not what Bolter would have wanted, as the clock is down to 0. But this is the final lap for the leaders.
Here goes the 44. Just lapping the both of them. Guerin's going to have the inside for Aintree here. He's going to get very physical. And he's going to force Panchi to back out there. Bolger might still have a small chance at P4 here, but Julian Guerin has played it beautifully to get up onto the podium. But here comes Beltrami. Well, he was second fiddle for so much of this race, but he made the move round the outside of Barzank through Luffield beautifully, and he streaked away to the tune of 5 seconds. Marco Beltrami wins the first gold split race of the season, wins the 2 hours 40 minutes at Silverstone. Keinzel is going to take the win in GD3, and here comes Jack Bolger side by side with Mattia Panchi, and he just misses out in the battle for 4th position there. Heartbreak for the home hero, Jack Bolger, who's nonetheless put together a fantastic race. Really great podium fight there, and full credit to Panchi for taking the gamble, even if he couldn't quite get onto the podium as a result. Here comes Perron, who's somehow gotten back past De Campo in all of the chaos of this finish.
Let's see what happens here. Rodrigo is spinning around the Salma off track there.
I think Rontard gave him a bit of a knock there coming out of Aintree while they were fighting with Serenity.
And I'm kind of surprised to see the lap times of GT3 are still going. Is it just...
Did Keinzel cross the line before Beltrami finished the race, maybe? So him and Bout, I think, are still going.
Oh, GT3 is still on a lap.
There we go. So there is Clemens Keinzel. He's not quite finished just yet, but what else? It's going to allow him and Bout to just extend the lead to Guerin, who would not have expected to finish third, I think, before the first couple of minutes. So yeah, him, Keinzel and Bout are still going out there.
No, I think with the new update, they are able to finish one in lap to the pit lane. So Bolger is in the pit lane. So I think they did take the checkered flag there. I was just a bit confused with the new option to stay out there for a final lap.
Oh, wow. Nonetheless, what a great finish. So here we go then. Keinzel coming through the last couple of corners. It's going to be a very dominant win. He qualified third. He bided his time and made all the right moves today in terms of the tyre strategy, in terms of the fuel strategy. He flashes his lights in jubilation. The Austrian powers towards the line. Clemens Keinzel wins the 2 hours 40 minutes to open his account in the gold split at Silverstone in dramatic style. And his teammate, Kevin Ballard, is going to come through to make it a Fisher Racing 1-2. They're the only ones to stay on the lead lap with one another, and deservedly so.
Apologies, we got a bit confused there, but indeed, the 1 and 2 are the only ones not to be overtaken by Beltram before he crossed the line.
So those two got confused. I was sort of on the same page as Nick there. Anyway, Julian Guerin, Shadow 1 in their first race, also finished on the podium, having to make 2 late moves there. Really, Panchi opened the door for Guerin there. You've got to feel a little bit for Jack Bolger, but Guerin was absolutely superb under pressure there. Yeah, there was drifting around. He is absolutely delighted with that, and deservedly so. Very good real-life racer as well, Julian Guerin. So all that real-life experience came in handy in the thick of battle.
Seeing a lot of support for Julian Guerin in the chat as well. So I think a lot of people will be happy for him to take his podium here.
So let's go through the final finishing, well, the provisional finishing order. Clemens Keinzel then, after 76 laps of racing, wins 8 seconds ahead of Kevin Ballard. Julian Guerin a lap down, but dramatic finish enabled him to get onto the final step of the podium. Mattia Panchi gambled on staying on the wets at the end, held on to second for quite a while, but eventually dropped to 4th. Jack Bolger could have finished on the podium today. Will be disappointed to miss out, but nonetheless a strong first race for him in the gold split. Evan Leproux, couple of incidents here and there, but he nonetheless takes P6. And Mattia De Bruyne, despite a catastrophic screen freeze, while he was running P2, nonetheless recovers to P7. Jules Neal, another to gamble on the wets, finishes in P8 after being a little anonymous up to that point. Arthur Rontar did lead on a sort of alternate strategy, ended up P9, and Strahinja Zoranovic takes the final point in his Lamborghini. Missing out on the point, sadly, was Michelle Rodriguez, got barged out of the way at the end of the race there into the wall, quite rudely, I think, from his perspective. Jakob Matrese doesn't really make as much progress as he'd hoped. He finishes P12. Kelsey Osborne gets home 13th in their first race. Rafael Rapin is 14th. Marco Galetti, after a lot of incidents for the Mercedes, finishes 3 laps down in P15. Sadly, not getting to the end was our pole sitter, Vladislav Kolosov, Luca Rubin-Roux, and Bruno Olivier, who did not make the start. Moving on to Hypercar. 85 laps completed. Marco Beltrami takes his second career gold split win, his first endurance win as well, after a fantastic fight with Matthias Barsenk, who was 4.7 seconds behind him at the checkered flag. But Barsenk himself, I think, will feel he got everything possible out of that with a strong podium. Francesco Adami rounds out the top 3. Then a long way back, it's Nathan Perron, the little Alpine that could, in P4 with some fantastic defensive and attacking racecraft. Mattia De Campo just missed out on P4 in that epic battle. He gets the lead Valkyrie home in 5th. Francesco Pezin is P6. Michele Diarezzo, from near the back of the grid at the first lap, recovers the Peugeot 9X8 to P7. Matteo Bassan, the pole sitter, horrible end to the race for him. He has to settle for P8. Fabian Roth gambled on being the first to switch to wets. He finishes P9, and Filippo Bicatti has to settle for P10 after a couple of spins. He is a lap down. Antonio Fedele also misses out on the points after a big crash that saw him part company of his rear wing, but he also tangled with Daniele Farinelli, who was 2 laps down. Sadly, not getting to the end were Mohamed Colombo after a couple of accidents and a wheel disconnection, Eric Nonameka, and David Nashkidashvili. Oof. So there we go. A dramatic. It always tends to be the endurance ones where a lot happens. I guess in a longer race, there's more time for things to happen. But nonetheless, I don't think we could hope for a much more exciting start to the season there. A jumbled up grid order, rain just after halfway through the race, and so many strategy calls that completely threw the cat among the pigeons and made it very, very difficult to predict which way it was really going to go.
Yeah, that was surely the best way to start this gold season 4 of the VMS Gold Split. Well, and not only the first race for gold of the season, but also the first endurance round of the season. And if the other endurance rounds are something to go by from this, then all of them are going to be as good as this. And we have a lot of entertaining racing to look forward to across the next couple of months.
Indeed, I'm just trying to see if I can tag our drivers, because I'm not in the Gold Split Discord, so I'm going to have to work quite hard to attract their attention, I fear.
Maybe they're all just very tired after that race.
Yeah, Clemens, Keinzel. Congrats, anyone up for an interview? Just to see if we can get the winners in. But yeah, nonetheless, agree completely with what you said. It's very, I think it pretty much started in the best possible way. And Clemens, I think, is up for an interview, so that would be interesting to hear from him, and Marco as well. So we've got our 2 winners interested. I suppose I could have said everyone else is welcome too. Here we go. I think Marco has made it first, so shall we drag our Hypercar winner in and hear what he has to say?
Yeah.
So we are now joined by Tatum ResTech Esports' very own Marco Beltrami, who's victorious in the first Gold Split race of the season. Your second career victory in the Gold Split, Marco. Your first endurance win as well. You started second on the grid behind your teammate, Matteo Bassan. It felt like in the first stint you were very much biding your time, and then midway through the race when the first pit stops happened, you gambled on a shorter stop, and you ended up being in a fantastic fight with Matthias Barzank, culminating in a around the outside move at the final corner at Luffield. Fabulous battle to watch. You must feel very satisfied with that.
Absolutely. Right now I'm shaking because I never done 2 hour and 40 minutes of a race. While being ill, I got a fever.
Oh, you too.
My yeah, I'm destroyed right now.
Well, thank you for
uh,
talking to us anyway, despite that.
I am very very happy to start off this championship with a win, especially because it's endurance. Uh, yeah, I'm happy with all the stints I have done. First, maybe I was a little bit faster than Matteo, but I prefer to stay behind and maybe save a little bit of virtual energy. And then with the wet, I came alive. I had an insane pace, and I gotta thank Bartzenk for the incredible fight. It was really a pleasure.
And it was certainly a pleasure to watch as well. That move around the outside at Luffield was absolutely spectacular, and it seemed to come out of nowhere. How's it from your perspective?
Well, with this new update, Le Mans Ultimate brought a new line, sort of a wet line. So maybe I tried it. I I saw that it worked. So I said to myself, why not? And then it came alive the pass.
Beautiful. Sverre, have you got any questions for Marco?
Well, I'm always curious to. Well, first of all, congratulations, of course, on your victory, and I'm always very curious to see whenever the Tatum Esports cars are out on track together. Are there any team orders going on? Is it just just seeing however it goes? It just kind of feeling whatever works best, or can you describe how that's going on between you guys?
I mean, we tryna always work our way together, together stronger. Uh, Mostly it's my choice. I mean, for me, it's my choice for my race with the others. I don't expect Matteo to let me buy or anyone. Maybe I'll discuss with my engineer. Uh, but yeah,
Well, Marco, it was a fantastic win to start the season. Best of luck for the next Gold Split round at Sebring on the 8th of February. And yeah, we hope that your
see,
great performances can continue. So yeah, thank you for putting in a great drive and thanks for talking to us.
thank you all. Bye.
All
Have a
right,
good
shall
evening.
we?
Bye.
And now let's talk to the man who finished second behind Marco Beltrami, Matthias Barzenk. So we are joined now by Renova's very own Matthias Barzenk, who took his best ever finish in second. And of course, I imagine it'll be mixed emotions, Matthias, because you made a brilliant start, got up to P4. You were fighting away with Francesco Adamo a lot in the first stint, and then at the first pit stop, you were able to get yourself into the lead, and you held on to it for a long while. But eventually, Marco Beltrami just got the better of you in the way in that last couple of stints there. So mixed emotions. Obviously, a fantastic drive, some great overtakes, but there's a sense of a lost win, I imagine.
Uh, I mean, I'm absolutely destroyed after this race. 2 hours 40 is crazy, and the strategy was really tricky. With to I mean, I got it right by like one lap more to wet conditions, and I would have been in a deep hole, but it paid off really well. And then yeah, I mean, I had no pace to stay in P1. He was just too quick, and yeah, also he was using the wet lines a bit better than I did, and that paid off for him really well after it started to dry up a bit, because that's where he was gaining like crazy amounts of time on exits of corners. That's why I couldn't stay in front. I mean, I made the mistake also to let him pass, but yeah,
Was that when he went around the outside of you?
yeah. I mean, yeah, that was not great. Uh, but overall, I'm really happy. I mean, I absolutely didn't do my job in quali. I almost spun on my lap. I was not expect because in sector 1 it was dry. Basically, it was as dry. I also made a mistake in turn 1 and lost a lot of time. And then on the second part of the lap, I underestimated how little grip it was and almost spun out, but still ended up in P6. So yeah, I'm really happy. I mean, from P6 to P2 is I couldn't imagine going anywhere more than P2 in before the race. So yeah, I'm really happy.
It's very. Any questions for Mateus?
I was just wondering. Again, first of all, congratulations on your podium. It's been a phenomenal drive and very cool to see you race out there on track with Marco Baltram. I was just wondering throughout the race, we could see you very closely behind the other Tatum Esports cars. Was it frustrating to you at any point trying to get by, or was it just trying to keep focused and drive as good as you can?
I mean, it's a bit of a gray area, I think, with how slow they were going, all three, to say the least. They were going off the pace comfortably, and just gave each other slipstream, so I couldn't get past. We had the same car, so I couldn't do anything. I tried. I'm gonna get a penalty probably for some of my interesting ideas,
Oh, don't tell
but
anyone.
nah, I am good with that. Uh, if I deserve it, I deserve it. Yeah. Uh, but yeah, it was frustrating because they were obviously working together, and when you are one person against three, it's a bit hard to do something. So I don't know how it's in the rules. I have to check if it's allowed to go like this. I mean, it's hard to ban things like this. It's just they did a good job in quali and could do something like this. I have to check if it's allowed, and yeah, we'll see. It was a bit frustrating, but I guess we have to deal with that.
Well, Mateus, you certainly weren't alone in the chat because there was a lot of support for yourself and everyone over competition pretty much throughout the race, cheering you on. And of course, Spa at the end of last season, you were third. Here you're second. So surely, if the trends continue, then we're going to see you on top of that podium come Sebring on 8th of February.
We'll see. We'll see.
Well,
I'm gonna
Polska
try.
Garum, my friend, and congrats on your best result yet in Gold Split.
Thank you very much.
So, one final Hypercar driver interview, and that's our third place man on the podium, Francesco Adamu. So, we're joined now by Tatum ResTech Esports' very own Francesco Adamu. Francesco, congrats on third position, of course.
Thank you.
And we've been so used to seeing you competing in Platinum Split and being a regular point scorer for the Tatum Esports. Obviously, for your first Gold Split race, you were playing a very defensive role, particularly in the early stint against Mateusz Barzenk, where there was some.
Yeah.
It got very, very, very physical. And then the rest of the race, you pretty much had third to yourself. It must have been quite relaxing.
Yeah, first stint was quite fun. We had a pretty hard battle at the start of the race. We had some contacts which made the car a little bit harder to drive later on the race, especially on the transition from wet to dry. I had a lot of troubles there. But overall, I'm pretty happy with my race. Like, I could have done a better qualifying because I threw the lap on the bin and in the first lap on sector 2. No, 3, sector 3, yeah. But I'm pretty happy overall, so yeah.
Brilliant start, by the way. To go, you're right in the middle of the
I have no idea.
Mans.
I never had a start like that.
Yeah, like I thought there were a couple of Platinum Split races where you could have done with a start like that, yeah, last year. But anyway, I think that's about all the questions I had. It was just a really, really solid performance by yourself. Sverri, do you have any questions for Francesco before we let him go?
No questions from me. Just congratulations on your P3. It's been a very entertaining race to watch and commentate on. So,
Thank you.
Congratulations and well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, and after commentating you for a long time, Francesco, it's great to finally see you finish on the podium in a race I'm commentating on, because you very much deserved it.
Yeah, last season in Platinum I had a bit of struggles from race 2 with mechanical issues or on my wheel. Like Fulgi, I couldn't participate because the Switch burned a few
Yep.
days before the race. So yeah, that was pretty frustrating. And the very next race at Sebring, my QR was basically falling off. So on every corner, on every bump, on every curb, I was like, "Oh man, this is gonna fall off. This is the last corner I can make."
Yeah.
So
One hand
like
holding the
last 10
wheel,
minutes,
the other hand
yeah, it
steering the
was like
wheel.
having Spider-Man keeping it together.
Oh, the bit where he's holding the train to stop it crashing.
Yeah, yeah.
With the webs. Anyway, right. Francesco Adamu, Spider-Man. That's an image that's going to stay in my head for some time. But anyway, thank you very much for talking to us, Francesco. It's been a long race. It's been a while since you've done an
Yeah, oh
endurance
my
race.
god.
So,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
you
gotta
deserve.
say, I love endurance races, uh, but if this race was completely dry, uh, it would have been much more boring. Like the weather was amazing, like that.
Oof, I think Stevie very much agrees with you from what he was saying
Yes.
earlier. But anyway, Francesco, thanks very much for talking to us, and congrats on your podium. I'm sure we're going to see many more to come, including at Sebring, which is the next race. Well, hopefully your wheel won't be falling apart
Hopefully.
like last time. Well, you'll be in our thoughts and prayers, Francesco.
Thank you guys. Good evening. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, let's move on to our GD3s who've been waiting patiently, our podium finishers. We've got Clement Keinzel, who's waiting to talk to us, our GD3 class winner. We're now joined by Fisher Esports' very own Clements Keinzel. And he has just taken an absolutely dominant victory. Congratulations, Clemens. You must feel
Thank
absolutely
you very
delighted by that.
much.
Because you got to do an extra lap as well at the end. You and your teammate.
Yeah, we did an extra lap. First of all, good evening, and thank you for the congratulations. Thank you very much.
So tell us a little bit about the race, because you qualified third behind the two Lamborghini Huracans. And really, you were able to make the moves early on and build the gap that you needed. A couple of people tried a few different things on strategy, but you always seem to have enough to overcome them, essentially.
Yeah, my pace was much better than expected, especially in the wet. I had many concerns about how good the pace will be in the wet, especially against the Porsches. But I was able to make the moves quite early in the race, build a good gap, and keep that gap until the end of the race. I was also a bit surprised how well it went, but I'm glad that it went that good.
Exactly. Don't look a gift win in the mouth, as they say. Sverre, do you have any questions for our victorious Clemens Keinzel?
Well, congratulations, of course, on your victory tonight. I was just wondering, at some point we had Arthur Rontaert leading the race briefly in his McLaren when on a different strategy. Were you at any point concerned about him and maybe losing the win because of him and a different strategy?
Um, I didn't really um,
It was a
think
while ago, to
about.
be fair.
Yeah, I'm a bit tired also now. It's quite late for me. No, but I didn't really think about him, to be honest, because I knew he would have to do one more stop than I had to do. And with the tire and rain situation, I really have to say that my teammates in the call helped me very much, especially with the second stop. With also with going on the dry tires. I was a bit scared because the wet line was very big at the moment when we changed. And once you go offline, it's game over. You're in the gravel or something like that. So yeah, but it turned out really well.
Well, Clemens, I think that's the best result for Fisher Racing Esports, certainly in the gold split and possibly in VMS's history of you and Kevin Ballett securing the 1-2. So that must be something you're very, very proud of. And is there anyone you want to shout out before we let you go?
Yeah, shout out to Moritz Ulrich for the good strategy call, and also to Fabian Roth, also for calming me down because I was very nervous the whole race over.
Well, you didn't show it. We didn't see you looking very
Yeah,
nervous on track.
I was able to keep it in one piece together. And yeah, thanks to them.
Well, and thank you very much for talking to us. Congrats on the win, and best of luck for the rest of the season, starting with Sebring on the 8th of February. I'm sure we're going to see you doing an absolutely brilliant job once again.
Yeah, I hope so. But I'm excited for the next races. I'm looking forward to them.
Ooh, as are we. So we are aligned in that respect. Anyway, thanks so much for talking to us. We got one more person waiting for us, so we're going to move on to them.
Yeah. Good evening. And
Good evening.
bye bye.
We should have said goodbye. That would have made more sense. Right. Anyway, let's not put this off any longer. Let's talk to our, I would say, surprise podium finisher, but they fought so hard to get there. And it's Shadow One Esports' very own Julian Gurin. So we are now joined by Julian Gurin, and Julian had a bit of a slow burn of a race. Difficult start, got slightly shuffled down in the pack in the fight for the podium, and over the course of 2 hours or so, fought his way back into contention, and then in the final few minutes was able to pass both Jack Bolger and Mattia Panci to take Shadow One's first podium, I believe, in the gold split. And what a fantastic performance, Julian. It's great to talk to you. You must be as surprised as we were to see that you got through there.
I didn't think I was going to make it at the last lap. I have like 2 tires on the wet line. I was like, no grip at all. I was in my head. I was like, no, this is it. I'm going to lose the race now. And I don't know, maybe the god have helped me a little bit, but yeah, nice P3. That was incredible.
Because you must have seen what we saw when Jack Bolger got up the inside of Panchi at Cops. What was going through your head at that point? Do you think, oh, well, maybe I can get P4, but P3 is out of reach then? And then Jack made a mistake through Maggots, Beckett's, and Chapel, just slid the rear out, and Panchi was able to get back through, and then all of a sudden you were back in the mix.
Well, dude, I was having a panic attack at the time, but it was like F1 movie, you know. Like no one would expect it. Expect this, sorry, at the end of the race.
Were you flying or was it combat?
Yes, exactly. It was flying like Pensy, you know. But I saw them fighting like hell. I was like, now it's my turn, and yeah, just one move ahead, and yeah, I get that P3. I'm not gonna sleep tonight.
You'll be very pleased to hear lots of positive comments, especially about your finish. Rick Jameson says, LMGD3 P3 battle, lovely. Great race, should be a great season. Matteo Axidjits868 says, Gurin driver of the day. And Site M9289 says, Clemens legend. Oh, which is the guy who just left. But anyway, there we go. So a lot of praise, Julian, and I think very, very well deserved. Stevie, any questions for our third place man before we let them go?
No questions from me. Just want to say congratulations, and it's been a great drive and a great race. So we look forward to seeing you in the other further gold races this season.
Yeah, I will try to make another podium. I promise.
I'm sure Shadow One Esports
We'll
will be cheering you on all the way, Julian. And it's always great to talk to you, and best of luck for the rest of the season, because you've been with VMS a couple of years now, and it's always great to see you doing well.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so as we say goodbye to Julian Gurin, that concludes the broadcast, Stevie. So some very interesting thoughts from our drivers. It does sound like there are certain cars that seem to be the favourites in this current update. But of course, we've got an update coming in the middle of February. So really, it could be only one more race before things completely change around going into Imola onwards in this season. But yeah, a lot of the Ferrari drivers in GT3 sounded very confident. A lot of the Cadillac drivers sounding very confident as well. And there are a lot of them, to be fair, in the gold split. But yeah, that's going to be fascinating on the 8th of February. But of course, attention inevitably next week is going to shift to the Platinum split to see the big boys get underway, where of course it'll be Nicolas Domino leading broadcast, Chris Buxton leading the commentary, along with Nathan Richards, one of our new commentators. Lovely guy, love Nathan Richards, so I wish him all the best. Me and him are going to be sharing the second commentator duty for the Platinum split. But yeah, I look forward to doing the rest of Gold split, especially if it's anything like today, Stevie.
Yeah, it was a great start to the season for Gold, and like we were mentioning, we have plenty of racing action to go in the VMS in both the Platinum and the other 2 splits. I myself will be hosting the Silver and the Bronze splits as well, with the Bronze first race of the Bronze happening last Friday and the first of the Silver happening next Friday, the 3rd.
It's another endurance round, isn't it? At Monza for
It
Silver
might well
on the
be.
30th of January.
I think it is. Yep, starting at 5 in the evening UK time and 6. It's yeah, so that's about 7. No, never mind. The 6 UK time and 7 Central European time. That's it. I always get confused with the time zones, but it is a endurance round at Monza for the silver race. So I'll be there alongside with Simon Mutsik, apparently. So that's going to be very, very interesting indeed, and as well with the bronze. And the week after, on Friday the 6th, that's another sprint race, and also at Monza. So a lot of Monza coming up.
Yeah, and just to be clear, the Plus Tires Platinum Split, that's going to open with a sprint race at Fuji on the 1st of February. As I said, Chris Buxton, Nathan Richards leading the commentary there. So I'll certainly be tuning in, mainly because I got to commentate on the other races that Nathan's not doing. So it makes sense to keep abreast, and I recommend you do so too. So thank you very much for joining me, CV. It's been a wonderful evening. 2.4 hours of racing at Silverstone. Still 7 more rounds to go in the gold split, but thank you. Congratulations once again to Marco Beltrami and to Clemens Keinzel, our 2 winners in Hypercar and GT3 respectively. Thank you very much for watching, and yeah, we'll see you again next time when the gold split gets underway at Sebring in a couple of weeks' time. Good night.